know that we are the American Indians. Baby. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
White people are scared to death right now, particularly white males. They're scared to death that they are going to lose their power in the future. And they are. But if you want to get ready for the future, if you want to be treated well in the future, treat others well in the present.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African American? I'm not no African.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Hey now. Hey. What's good, y'all? What's going on? Hey. What's good? Yeah, I had to let my girl break it down. Hi, Brown Sugar. I had to let my girl break it down. It's the mystery. She be breaking it down. I love her. I swear. That's a North girl. Jersey queen. I'm serious. Jersey goddess. Hey. So today it'll be a little different. Today is Puerto Rican Day. Yes, today's Puerto Rican Day because, you know, people need to understand that, you know, all the brown people across this planet, for real, like Ali Bamboo said, shit got to be checked at the door. And seriously, it must be checked at the door. All the brown people on the planet are the aborigines to their specific continent. Wherever a European arrived, there was aborigines there. That's a fact. It don't matter what continent you pull out. The people that look like me or have kind of look like me or have features like me are the aborigines on the continents. And I'll be damned if I let some indoctrinated ass person or people that look like me tell me that I'm not aborigine to North American continent. That's bull. This is my land. I am the brown person that's aborigine to North American continent. I am sick and tired of them saying all of us came from Africa billions of years ago. It wasn't shit over there billions of years ago, but some goddamn monkeys and apes. That's not where I came from. And, you know, I really think if the Africans over there on that continent, because for last I checked, I thought it was a damn, there were countries in that part of the landmass. And I'll be damned. I don't know. I can't fight for Africans and if they actually believed that they originated from monkeys and apes. Now, they're going to have to defend themselves. Sometimes some of them probably, I mean, if there's Africans in there and they in the audience and listening, if you believe that you originated through monkeys and apes and gorillas, step to the panel. I don't believe that shit. I don't believe in Darwin's theory. First of all, let's just put that out there. There's not no white man that's going to appear on this earth and tell me that my goddamn ancestors originated from monkeys, gorillas, apes, baboons. Not happening. That's humiliating to me. It's very humiliating because I know that not to be true. I know that I didn't originate from monkeys, ape, baboons, and gorillas. If Darwin wants to believe that that's how he originated, that's fine. But don't apply that shit to the planet. I'm getting tired of European theory being the chosen theory. Not in my motherfucking library. Not in my history. It's not going to happen. I'll be damned if a monkey believer is going to come up here and try to educate me about my ancestry. That shit ain't happening. You want to be the monkey man? Fine. Because first of all, I ain't got shit like monkeys. I got lips. I got a nice nose. And I'm sorry, my skin is brown. And it always have been this beautiful brown. When you shave a monkey and a gorilla and apes and baboons, their skin is not the same color as mine. Don't put me in your fucking category. Don't do it. Don't. But now, I don't believe in Darwin's theory. And this is the shit that they teach. I don't believe it. You want to be the monkey man? Go ahead. You brown men who want to believe United States history story. Okay, let's just put that out there because here's what you need to know about the continent of North America. All right, United States is a country that sits on my continent. Give me a one if you understand that. United States is not a continent. It's not. It's not. United States, the 50 states are not a continent. United States is a corporation acknowledged by Morocco to be a country that sits on the North American continent. This is the education you need to know because they don't teach you this in little school. And if they did, they didn't teach it at my motherfucking zip code, aka the hoods. They taught us that US history is history. And that's it. And it included our history, which was a big lie. My history is of the soil of the continent of the Americas. My history is everything colonizers did on my continent. That's American history. You have American history and you have United States history. Let's put that out there. American history consists of my ancestors' life on this continent, who happen to be the Aborigines, the Aboriginals, the people from the soil, directly from the soil. My history also consists of horrible wars where colonizers came on my continent to develop the 50 states who consist of a nation of foreigners, which allows all races and shades and breeds of people to come on my continent by the backup of a militia. Facts. United States control my continent by militia. What's very interesting because they've done this shit on all continents across the planet. However, you got to give Africans a motherfucking bow because they made the colonizers, the French colonizers, pack up and get the fuck off their continent. A lot of countries are doing that. I'm looking at Palestine. They're telling I don't know if they're Israeli imposters. Some say it is. That's what Hebrew Israelites teach, that they're imposters. They're not really they're teaching that they're really Germans that transition to Jewish faith, but they're really Germans. I don't know how true it is because I didn't look into it. That's what they teach though. And I'm learning from Palestinians that they're not the same people that occupy that area. The Palestinians are saying that the Israelites look like them, like me, like you, the original ones. That's what they're saying. So the Palestinians are saying this is not your land. Get out when you left here. This is what the Palestinians are saying. I don't know how true this shit is. Could be true. It sounds right because this stories kind of sound like ours. The Palestinians are saying when you were originally here, you were black and you came back as white people, so you're not the original people. This is what they're teaching. I don't know. I'm only going by what the fuck I heard. I heard that when they left, they were when the original Jews left, they were looking like me. And when they came back, They came back as white people saying that they are the original inhabitants of Israel. That's the story I'm getting. I don't know. But based on a lot of European behaviors, who's to say that it's not true? I don't know. They colonize every fucking where. So why would that not be an exception? Why would that be an exception to the rule? All right. But let's get into a little bit of what I want to talk to, and I'll come back to that later. So Puerto Rico is a Caribbean island. A lot of people don't know that. And it sits on the North American continent. And I was told for many years that the original Puerto Ricans look like me and you. And these white colonizers, again, use their wee-wees to try to European them out. And they caused a division between the original Puerto Ricans and the ones that came out with more of their Spaniard white features. So what I want to first do to you is share a video of the original Puerto Ricans from Puerto Rico. Give me a minute to get this up. And I know that they're not from Africa because Africans don't dance like this. Okay. So let's get to it. Oh, where is it? I think I got it up. Where are you? Okay, here it is. Let's get to it, y'all. Hang on. Let me freeze it. And get your laugh on because this lady's butt is like Sister Bethy's and she's getting it in like I would get it in. Okay? So let's look at the original Puerto Ricans so you can understand that people from the islands and Mexico too. I'm going to do one on them. The original ones that look like me. Okay? There are our brothers and sisters. Okay? There are, okay. And they were told that, hey, you came from Africa. Same thing in Puerto Rico. They said, hey, you came from Africa. These people did not come from Africa. They dance nothing like Afro. However, they play the bongos, but so the hell did we as Indians. But that don't mean we came from no damn Africa. We don't dance alike. Our culture is nothing alike. It's just our skin colors. And don't you dare try to put Africa as the motherland because it's not. Africa don't have shit. So how is that the motherland? This is the land of milk and honey and everything here. Even the intelligence comes from here. So don't play with me. My ancestors from this North American land soil are the gods. So what you learn it from us and it generates out. Everything drops from the heaven. You dig? So let's check out these big butt sisters and these bongo playing brothers. That's Puerto Rican, the original ones. Because there was always an original before they became a whiteout. Let's go. Fair use. Let's get it. And these ain't no goddamn Africans. Let's get it. Big butt mama like Sister Bethy. Let's go. Let's get it, y'all. Sister Bethy, let's get it. Get your laugh on. Hey, let's get it.
Dicen la negra Martina que brinca por los palacios, cayó dentro de una olla, de bandazo entre las mallas. De bandazo va ella, de bandazo.
Fair use.
De bandazo anda ella, de bandazo. Ay, que de bandazo, de bandazo. La negra Martina cayó en la malla, de bandazo. De bandazo va ella, de bandazo. De bandazo anda ella, de bandazo. Se pasaba todo el día buscando en palacio a ver si alguien la quería, pero todo fue un fracaso. De bandazo va ella, de bandazo. De bandazo. levantazo, levantazo, anda ella levantazo. Ay, levantazo, levantazo, ay, levantazo que va ella levantazo. Levantazo va ella levantazo. Levantazo anda ella levantazo. Ay, levantazo, come un pedazo en el palacio. Levantazo va ella levantazo. Levantazo anda ella levantazo.
Hey.
Levantazo, levantazo. La negra Martina cayó en la malla. Levantazo. Levantazo va ella levantazo. Levantazo anda ella levantazo.
All right. All right. So now, those are the original Puerto Ricans. All right. Now, what society has done was divided the one, the Puerto Rican that has more white European features and made them the superior over the brown ones, who are the original ones of the goddamn island. Okay? So, now, let me tell you something that I know about Puerto Ricans a lot. The ones that have more of their white European features. A lot of them that are my age, because I'm 50 plus, baby. The lot of the Puerto Ricans my age and up got a picture on their wall. The ones that look more white, the ones that look more like Spaniards, got a picture in their house of a fucking third and fourth generation granny and grandpa, and even some immediate right now that look just like me. And these pictures are on their walls, okay? And underneath, like on a lamppost, a shelf over the picture, a lot of them is hung over a fireplace in Spanish people house with, like little voodoo dolls and shit like that, because they will fuck you up over the negro, granny and grandpa. Don't you dare defy them. When they pray to that ancestor. They straight up will check you at the door about their third and fourth generation grannies that look like me. They will check your ass at the door. They love their granny. They always pray because they come on the Catholic and they go and honey, they will tell you that's my great great grandmother. Even though they look white, Spanish, European. And they will and they ain't lying. Because some of their family members come out oftentimes looking straight up like me, or they'll come out looking like a straight up Spaniard. A lot. Let me tell you something. Across New York and New England, Florida, two European looking Puerto Ricans will birth a baby that look like me. And this ain't no fucking lie. Two European Spaniard looking Puerto Ricans will birth a baby that looks like me, even though both of them look white. Great granny comes back and they're aware of it. They'll say, wow, she came out like great granny. Because it's in their bloodline. What divided us as a people are the European colonizers. And they did that every fucking where. So when Spanish invaded the North American continent, all the motherfuckers, and they even state this, Spain states this on their website. They love the North American continent because of the population that's there that's good for labor. There were already negras here that occupied the soil when they went to South America, including the Caribbean islands. They look like us. So that video you seen are original Arawaks and Tainos. For the most part, those are Tainos. So do not play with me. We're going to do Mexico tomorrow because Mexicans look like my ass. And guess what? A lot of them lied and said, oh, you came from Africa. In Mexico and Puerto Rico and South America, the ones that look like me, they got a couple of racial identities like us too. They call them Afro Americans. What the fuck is an Afro American? Afro is a hairstyle. First of all, let's just get that straight. That's not a race. It's a hairstyle. It means that those Aborigines in Puerto Rico and Mexico, them motherfuckers rock afros. So they call them Afro Americans. Afro American is not the same thing as African American. So let's put that out there. So when you say Afro, that's the hairstyle. Afro does not mean African. Afro American is a hairstyle that Tainos rocked, the original ones. That's a descriptive term that the Europeans gave them. Wow, these Afro Americans, because we rocked afros. If you look in the 70s, that's all the fuck we rocked was afros. And they try to throw that shit on us too. Afro and African American are not the same names. That's two different names. Afro is a hairstyle. American is because they are the American. There's only, like Ali Bamu said, one American. And that's us, including Puerto Rico, Mexico. There's original one American. South America and Central America. Central American, they got Afro Americans too, because a bunch of niggas over there rock afros. That's a hairstyle. Afro and African are two different names. Give me a one. Because we're not going to play these games. We're not going to play these games. Everybody I'm speaking about, every country. Why is it? That's the question. This shit is serious. Why is it that for every continent there is, every continent, this is a real question. And look, white people could come up here and answer this question. Puerto Ricans could come up here. Mexicans could come up here. Asians could come up on this bitch. Because we're going to do Asian, Afro-Asians. How about that shit? Afro-Asians. Everywhere they see niggas with afros, they was Afro this. Afro whatever continent they was. Afro-American. Afro-Asian. Afro-Puerto Rican. Afro-Mexican. Who the fuck do the Europeans think they are going around labeling motherfuckers like they dogs and animals? They're always labeling somebody and giving them a fucking number. I'll tell you why. Because they did shit based on doctrine of discovery. Their Pope, their God, told them, go around the world, rule by the doctrine of discovery. Bitches. I would like to see all the aborigines of countries tell all the foreigners that came on their continent to get the motherfuckers stepping. Because you were only given some land to create your little country on all the continents that your ass visited. But you got greedy and took them over and in control by militias. You know, a lot of these militias, the militia, period, in other countries are really going to get sick of Uncle Sam. They're really sick of Uncle Sam and presidents. They are. They're really telling these colonizers to get off their land. They're sick of them. They created so many atrocities. I mean, before the colonizers came to all the different continents, we were able to be healed if we got sick. But ever since these colonizers came on our continents, how come there's uncurable diseases? Which I don't believe there's a cure for everything that these fungus bring when they come. I do. I believe that everything in our soil, because we're from this soil, there's a cure for all of the fungus that uh, foreigners bring here. There's something in our soil that we're supposed to be taking out of our soil, which restores our natural health. But we fell out of the glory of learning about our soil, which explains why the government don't approve natural remedies. That's weird. The FDA does not approve natural remedies because the natural remedies are the cure, but they approve their poisonous medicine that slowly kills you. Like people, I mean, it does. I People on diabetic medicine, for instance, they have like a death sentence. They do. But I see people live longer when they take natural medicine, natural remedies from their soil. Like, because we're from the American continent, everything on in North, Central, and South America's soil heals our body, all of our wounds. Isn't that interesting? Because every year the same plants come up. So they leave and they come back. So that means everything in the soil, because we're from the soil, should come back. There's stuff in the ground that we're supposed to be taking as the original people of this land. Now, not every fungus can take and digest what's in our soil. It kills them because you ass ain't supposed to be there. Your ass is not supposed to be there. So your ass more than likely won't reciprocate on this soil. You have to go back where you came from. Now, uh, I'm starting, which I mean is the huge question. If the colonizers who are Europeans went to every fucking continent and colonized for places for people that look like them to settle. Now you don't went to every continent. Question: where the fuck y'all come from? That's the question I'm asking the white people, the Europeans. If you went to every now, granted, we didn't leave our soil. We never left and went to other countries to colonize. I didn't go. My ass still here. People in China, I mean, this is like really weird to me. If you got a fucking continent that you're originally from, or soil that you're originally from, why aren't you there? Why do you need to be in other continents? Which really scares me because if all the continents consist of people that look like me, okay, whether we get dark and light, are aborigines to their specific continent, then where the fuck did y'all come from? That's just the question I have. Where did y'all come from? Where? What soil are you aboriginal from? I mean, Bron Sanchez really tried to make me believe that plants come in all different colors. So that means everybody was created all at the same time. I don't believe that shit. I just can't believe it, bro. It's just not enough evidence. And then some other fucking dude jumped on the panel. I'll never forget this day. This is, I think, one of the times that I literally, honestly did not believe Brother Sanchez. That's now flat Earth. I'm learning. I love his flat Earth teaching, but as far as all of us being created all at one time, I don't believe that shit. I don't, because I mean he showed white flowers. People are not white. White is literally, uh, I mean white. I don't know anybody this complexion that's white. Okay. I don't know. White, I don't know. I just if if white people have a true soil continent, I just want to know which one it is, which it is, because now Benjamin Franklin is, I mean, he named basically all of the world. He's saying the Anglo Saxons. Okay, which is this shit freaks me out all the time. Every time I read it, every time I read this shit, it says that the number of purely white people, I don't know no fucking purely white people. Okay, skin color is not white. The number of purely white people in the world. Okay, he said world. God damn, that's the planet. Is proportionably very small. All right. So if it's small, and then he's saying, okay, all Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers, meaning them, wholly so. That means the whole America. America is the continent. That's North, Central, and South America. Wholly so, black and tawny. And in Europe, now we in Europe, the Spaniards, okay, we're in Spain. The Italians, the French, the Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans. I think Donald Trump is a German. The original German is swarthy. All these people swarthy. All right? That's all the goddamn European countries. The Saxons only accepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. Now that shit is crazy to me. White people on the face of the earth. That's it. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus. So what the fuck? Did they come from Mars and Venus? Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Who's the superior beings? In the sight of superior beings. Let's read that again. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings? I guess we're the superior beings he's talking about. Or are they saying they're the superior beings? Who the fuck told them that? The Pope? Darken its people. Why increase the sons of Africa? Why bring more Africans? By planting them in America. So already, they say, oh, because in 1751, they seen black people over there in Africa. They're saying, and they see more over here, even more over here. More people that look like us over here. Why should we bring increase Monica's over here, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all the blacks and tawnies and increasing the lovely white and red. Now, ain't that some shit? But perhaps I'm partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. Now, wait a motherfucking minute. So, if this is the case, Mr. Ben Franklin, where the hell is Mars, Bruh Sanchez? I need you to do a segment and show me where the fuck Mars is because I don't think it's out in space. I don't. I'm looking at your flat Earth and I'm looking at some realms. Is that shit beyond the ice wall? Because I'm like, where the fuck they come from? They done named all the goddamn continents and said there are black Tony and whatever. And that them being from England, Saxons, they make up all the white people on the earth. Just the little people and a few people in England. So where did these people, mysterious people, come from? They're talking about Mars and fucking Jupiter. Where's the spaceship in this case? Since you said those planets are out there in the eyes of Mars and Venus, rather. That's a couple. Those are other planets. Now, I do remember all the planets as a little girl in school because I like going to the planetarium. Let me see if I can still remember all of them because I learned this as a little girl, I think in third or fourth grade. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. My God, I fucking listened to something in school when I was little. And I did. I always liked the planetarium because you go sitting there and all the stars going around, they're teaching you. So I did learn that. And I learned how to say my alphabets backwards and forward. I was just like this whiz kid with this shit. And I can still say my alphabets backwards because we had to learn that shit in school. Ready? Fire. ZYXWVUT SRQP OMNNLKJHGFEDCBA. A bitch know her alphabets backwards and forwards. Give me some motherfucking fire because I'm in my 50s and I still remember that shit from little school. So don't tell me that I did not pay attention in school because I learned them bitches. How many of y'all can say your alphabets backwards without looking at nothing? I can close my eyes and say that shit. I'm not looking at no paper. A lot of people can't do this shit. They can turn around and say they alphabets backwards. But I can say that shit with my eyes closed. ZYXWVUT SRQPONMLKIHGFEDCBA. I know that shit. I still know it. So I was a good little kid at some point. So I want to know. See, Ben's talking about planets. And then he mentioned England. So, in the eyes of Mercury, I mean, what is it? Venus and Mars. Where the fuck is that at, bro, Sanchez? Is this where they came from? Where is it at? I want to know. So y'all playing little games. Now, you got people that's running around saying that white people came from a spaceship and they were dropped off here on the earth. Could somebody tell me the truth? Because if you're not from any of the fucking continents that you just mentioned and said you're not from, where did you come from? And why are there only such a few of you, like you say? If everything's black and tawny and swarthy, and then there's a few of y'all in England, is that it? Well, where did y'all come from? Because Europe, it says it's black and tawny. England is in Europe. And it's black and tawny. Where did you come from? Seriously. Now, your boy Darwin is saying that came from monkeys. Darwin don't know me. How you fuck you gonna come to Earth when there's only about 3 of y'all on the planet and tell me I came from a monkey and a baboon and a gorilla? A monkey and a baboon and a gorilla. I got lips for days. My lips are not like this. My lips poke out. So ain't nothing monkey about me. My nose is not like this, like monkeys or pigs. And then the monkey's nose, some fucked up looking little shit. Let me just put one up. Because I don't look like him. Here. Let me find this little shit. That's nasty. If you shave that monkey, then you're getting the skin color that Ben Franklin is talking about. So how the fuck you gonna say niggas look like monkeys and apes and gorillas and baboons when we got lips? I don't know no white people with lips other than them being blown up with some that shit that they use, Botox. I don't know white people with big lips. I'm not saying that this is your ancestor, but the skin color of this bitch, something ain't right. Our hair don't grow straight. That's straight here. Our hair don't grow like that. Our hair is curly. So I ain't trying to be funny, but this shit don't look like me. Look at this. This one ain't got no damn lips. And when you shave the skin, it's not the same color as us. Look at the nose. Black people's nose are not like that. Look at the nose on this one. Our noses don't grow like that. Or like that. And our hair don't grow straight. We got some curly ass shit. Tight curly shit. So, look. All I'm saying is this. A lot of our people from the South are not accustomed to what's here in the North. But because you see a lot of white skinned European looking people, but their ancestors, like when we shouldn't be beefing with Puerto Ricans and Mexicans and shit, because their ancestors look like us. They got whited out just like here on the mainland. You have white people that went in Indian tribes and said that they got a granny that looked like me. But we know they fucking lied because you weren't here long enough to say that. So we know that's an invasion. Just like there was an invasion of this continent, there was an invasion of the original government that was here. The original government was the Aboriginal government. And it got invaded by motherfuckers that said, hey, my third generation granny was a black lady. Bitch, you did not come here until the 1600s. So, and later, you came at way late in the 1800s. So how is this granny that was on this Dawes Road, your granny? Somebody's lying. Your race of people were not in this landmass at the time of the creation of the Dawes Roads. So that's a lie. And a lawsuit needs to be filed in federal court about people who came over here from other countries that are running the original government of the continent, who said that their grannies are on the Dawes Roads at a year that Their race of people wasn't even in the fucking North American continent. They came on this big ass ship, poor, hungry, and everything. Y'all wasn't here to claim no grannies. So something's wrong. I'm serious. I'm doing the math. Okay, let me just look this up. The first wave of Irish immigrants came in 1715 to 1845. The majority arrived in Boston from 1714 and 1750. Now, here's my thing. There was a old rows of the tribes that the Dawes did not create. And these are the motherfuckers that these Irish people are claiming to be their grannies. Y'all wasn't here. Especially if you was in Boston. How the hell your granny was in South Carolina and Tennessee and shit? And y'all asses came to Boston first. And the Dawes Rose was created. The list was created before y'all came here. So that's a huge fucking lie. Can someone please come and explain this? And can someone please now understand that a lot of Latinos that have white European features do claim us? A lot of them don't even want to look more European. I be cracking up because they sound so cute. A lot of Latinos that came out with more of their European features, them motherfuckers want dreads. They want to look like niggas, like they great grannies, and they really do. Especially here in the north, a lot of them do. So I don't understand the mix up. Why it's a problem with um bonding up with our brothers and sisters from Central and South America. I don't understand why there's not a bonding because as long as a Puerto Rican can prove that their great granny is an aboriginal to South America and North American Caribbean island, the motherfuckers can join Wire because we go. I'm about building with my brothers and sisters on this continent who our ancestors originally did trading with. Facts. We originally did trading with our brothers and sisters in Puerto Rico and Mexico, Central America, and South America. We traded rice, beans, every fucking thing, corn, cocoa leaves for medicine. You chew on it and it numb your gums. If you had a toothache, don't play with me. I will get my friend Hector and Carlos and Carmen all up on this bitch. Because every medicine on this continent is from the soil to heal us. So I'm not into that racist shit. And I'm keeping it real. Damn, I've been talking for an hour. So let me open up the panel because I want to hear. I really want to hear what your thoughts are because it's some real shit. That video with that dancing, Africans don't dance like that. We in the Caribbean and North American mainland, Central and South America dance like that. Those are not African dances. That's the dance of this soil. We the gods, boo boo. And she was getting it with her butt like mine, bouncing around. So I'll give y'all a minute to get up here. Let me put the link in the chat. Copy. I want to know. I ain't got no smoke with my brothers and sisters from North, Central, and South America. Fuck that. But there's the link. I give y'all a minute to get up here. If not, I'm going to log off. Y'all what? Y'all like to run up on other platforms to argue and fight with people. Over here, we just dialoguing. So y'all niggas act like y'all can't be in a civil place. I'll be back in a minute, Copper Aborigines. I hope your internet connection's working,
Me
because
too.
I'm gonna play a song and give people a chance to click the link and pop up here with us so we can talk about this shit. So I'll be back. So hang tight, bro.
I'm gonna try
Be
to.
be
Come on.
patient. What? Be
Uh,
patient.
I am.
So wait.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning dew, then you feel it rushing and lose control. You don't wanna go slow, for sure. We both already know your place is my place. No, my place is your place. Let's face it, baby. You know all the places. My place is your place. My place. Your place is my place. Just face it. No one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. My place like you do. I do.
All right, y'all. So, um, hey, Copper, Big Dog, Philly OG.
Hey, hey.
Much love and
So,
respect, Sister Betty. Grand Rising,
hey,
everybody.
hey. So, let me ask y'all this first. What do y'all think about the original Taino, aka Puerto Ricans?
I'll tell you like this. As a child, when I was born and raised in New York,
Oh, you was raised in New York,
yes,
and then you
long
went
before.
to Michigan.
Yeah, I ended up in Michigan because both my parents were killed at the same time in a car accident.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
That was
My condolences.
April 22nd, 1971. So um,
Wow.
my brother and I, we ended up with a great uncle of ours who was a former military, pretty high ranking. I think he was like a lieutenant or a colonel, something like that. But anyway, when I was going to school in Mamaroneck, New York, and there were Puerto Rican children, and many of them, if not all of them, were the same complexion as Sammy Davis Jr., which is my complexion. So it was hard to tell them until they went to speaking, and they could speak, in their Spanish language at the time. Now, I don't. The only time I can remember any lighter skinned Puerto Ricans is when I came to um, Detroit, Michigan, and I run into them in coming into high school, and I thought they were Mexicans, but they weren't. They didn't even want to hang with nobody but us. And I realized, just by talking to a few of them, that um, at the time, many of them identified with the caste system that they came from. in Puerto Rico. Now, you don't hear a lot of our people speak on that caste system of the complexions of the real dark ones. They put to the rear. The brown ones, they were not put to the rear, but they were in between the dark ones and the light skinned ones. And the light skinned ones always thought they were better than the brown ones and the darker ones. And I thought that was a very sad thing because growing up as well, I run into a similar situation within certain family members that a lot of the lighter ones who were my age at that time um, expressed that they were better than um, my brother and I. It was a sad situation, being 11 years old and 12 and have to deal with that kind of stuff because I had never dealt with that with my family members out of the South. Only the ones that were born up this way, whose parents or grandparents moved this way at that time, and they kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, they sort of separated from their own people. So that sort of thing had been going amongst us here in the Midwest. Now, when I traveled out west, I didn't run into that. Only in the Midwest did I come across that kind of nonsense. And as far as prejudice is concerned, most people use the word racism, but no, it's prejudice. You run into
Yeah.
prejudice all over the place. And when you know the difference between prejudice and racism, then you are able to identify what the real problem is. And the problem is because many of them come across with that skin color crap and that hair crap because some of them's hair was uh, uh, dark and wavy. But when we started growing afros and they would grow their hair long, but it would split down the center and fall down. And over a
Mhm.
period of years, at my age right now, going on 64, uh, many of those same kin people who are men, they've lost that hair on their heads. They're bald headed now, and they still see me and they still see me and my brother and my sisters, and we sitting up here with afros. Um, you see it if you look in the pit. If you look at my photograph right there, you see me with an afro.
Yeah.
That's what it
But
is right now.
when in the
I've
70s when
always
I
worn
was
an afro.
little, in the 70s when I was a little girl in elementary school, and even my mother, who was born in the 40s, Puerto Ricans lived in a project with back in the 50s and the 60s. And these Puerto Ricans had afros like us. And when we would get our hair cornrow, they asked to be sitting down, get ready to get theirs cornrow because they needed dippity do and they needed hair grease. So and they look like me. Now there's some light Puerto Ricans with more of their Spaniard features, and they literally look white. But when I know some Puerto Rican girls who literally have their Spanish complexion white, and they fucking look like me. The only difference is
Yeah,
is our skin color was different. I'm serious. If you throw some brown,
I,
look at Michi X. She's mulatto. If I put my fucking natural hair up in the ponytail and it's wavy,
yeah, me too. Yeah, she's from the west side
she
of
would look
Detroit.
she would look like me. I'm
Yeah,
way older than
she's
her
from the west
ass. I'm
side of
way
Detroit.
older than her ass. She's my niece's ages. But her ass look like me with a ponytail. Only
Yeah,
difference is her skin is
absolutely, she
lighter.
does.
But if you throw some brown makeup on her face, she look just like me. Her ass. A mulatto. Um, I don't know where she get the African thing
Now,
from. Maybe she's
now that you,
indoctrinated. Maybe her dad is from Africa. Maybe she got a real African dad. But To me, she look fucking Indian.
Well,
She don't look like no African, not even a mixed African. But
well,
I
her
went to
mother,
school with.
her, her
I
mother.
don't care whether her mother is white or Irish. She fucking look Indian. She looks like a mulatto, half black
No,
and
no,
half
no.
white,
Her
as we
father is
call it.
white. Her mother is black.
Okay, well, guess what? She still looked like an Indian, and
She is.
whether I don't know if her mother, if her father, where her father's from, but she don't look like no fucking half African. She looked like an Indian. And she looked like me if she fucking put if I take my wig off and put a goddamn ponytail on,
She
she
sure
looked
did.
like me. She just light skinned. So I don't know. I don't know what this division is, but I fucking rocks with my Taino brothers and sisters all day, every day. Fuck that. Seriously. Um, it's like I said, it's different up here in the north. I mean, they took the Puerto Ricans and threw them in the projects. And because in Puerto Rico they was considered niggas like us. And what they did, the lighter ones that came out looking with
Yep,
more of the European
that's right.
features,
No,
they
you're
made
right.
them feel and superior. But a lot of them with the straight hair, they're not. All of them are not like that towards the darker ones. A lot of them that look more white want the nigga
No,
looking
they're
one,
not. Not
or
all
they'll
of them.
or
No.
they're right. A lot of them that look more white, they prefer that nigga looking one, the Negro looking one. And when they come over here on the mainland, a lot of them got Negro mans and husbands. They don't want the
They
uh typical Puerto Rican that look like the Puerto Rican that look like them with the straight hair. They don't go for them. They go for the nigga. Facts.
go go go
So
go go to New York on just a 2 day vacation. All right.
I already know about New York. I'm like 20 minutes
Go
from New
into
York.
Harlem.
I don't need to go
If
there. I already
if
know.
you just said
I already know. I'm like 20 minutes from New York. That's nowhere from me.
exactly.
I know about Bronx, Brooklyn, all of them. I'm from that. You might as well say I'm 20 minutes from New York, literally. So all this breakup shit, it ain't going
No,
down
I
with
know.
Sister
We used to
Betsy
come to Connecticut
because
all the time.
my Latino, whatever you want to fucking call them Tainos, they're coming wire because I know their history. So fuck what you heard. We don't do that here. But we got two other people on the plano. Big Dog was next, and then we got Ali Bamu. Go ahead, Big Dog, take it.
Peace, Alabama.
Big Dog, unmute, bro. He must have stepped.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am. How you
there
doing?
he go.
I'm here,
Good.
sister.
What's up?
Everything good, sister. I was enjoying the conversation. You know, one thing real quick, you gotta like we learning that a lot of the islands was hit first and you know, that religion was forced on them also.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that's all I wanted to tap in. I'm enjoying the conversation. Much respect to everybody.
Yeah, a lot of Taino Puerto Ricans, they're Catholic. A lot of them are Catholic. Lots. You get some that are Pentecostal. We
I would
the
say
ones the ones that
the
I grew up
majority.
with,
Yes, ma'am. That's the point
yeah,
I
the
was
one
trying to make. Yes, ma'am.
right, the majority of them are Catholic. Now, you get another majority, I have to say is split 50-50 because a majority of them are Pentecostal, which is very strict. The women have to wear dress like this and wear very long skirts. They can't show none parts of their body. They're very strict. They're not allowed to wear pants. Pentecostal Puerto Ricans. Those are the ones I grew up with, and they're still strict like that today. Yeah, so I don't know. But you got it, Alabama.
Good greetings, grand rising to you, my sister from another mister, Chief Morning Thunder, and Big Dog, Philly OG.
What's good,
The
Alabama?
other
Much
brother, he
respect, brother.
dropped. Did he drop? I guess he dropped off the screen.
Yeah,
It,
he fell off.
I understand these conversations, but they dismay me. You've probably been in their so-called households. And I was integrated by my mother as a school teacher from the second grade. I mingled amongst them. They do not conversate about us, by and
Who?
large, except for
Who?
certain these so-called pale skins that we seem to spend a lot of our time discussing. Not because what you're talking about today, just
Pale
talking
skins.
about in
Who do you
general.
mean pale skin?
Whether they're the actual colonizers, the descendants of the colonizers, or these hybrids, which have
I,
Hispanic or
I'm talking
Spanish
about Puerto
surnames.
Ricans.
I,
I'm
I
talking
know
about Puerto
I
Ricans.
know you're talking about Puerto Rican. I'm talking
Okay.
about in general. In
Mm-hmm.
general, the focus of the conversation is not about us. Now, when issues get brought up for as politics, voting, etc., crime is a tag on Negroes. It's spun that way. It's broadcast every day in the news. The implication is that black men are criminals, etc. But other than that, because we don't influence their lives, we don't prevent them from jobs. We don't determine whether they get a school education, what community house they move in. We don't run the banks. You feel what I'm saying? So there's not a influence or overall outright oppression. I hate to use that word, but that's what control and power is. We don't control or have power over their lives.
Over
So
whose
we're
life? The Puerto
barely
Ricans? Who-
so-called white people, the ancestors and the colonizers of Puerto Ricans and other pale-skinned people.
Okay,
These
but we're talking
people
about
came from
actual.
pale-skinned people.
All
I
right, we're
hear what
talking
you're
about
saying,
actual
Queen
Puerto
Mother.
Ricans.
Okay. May I finish? If I could,
Yeah, because
please.
I'm trying not to let
I,
so you can school me because I don't know what
I
you're
am
talking about.
talking about Puerto Ricans, Hispanics, Mexicans, any person who has a Spanish surname, who speaks
Okay.
Spanish, who believes
Uh,
in Catholicism or some other strict version, as you said, about Pentecostal,
mm-hmm,
Presbyterian, Episcopalian, Methodist, all of those real authoritarian denominations of Christianity are
mm-hmm,
trying to be in close proximity to Catholicism. And having been brought up one at the age of 5, I have
mm-hmm,
personal experience with that, is my point. Now, most of these people, particularly those Spanish language speaking people, they
mm-hmm.
speak their language around you and they act a certain way until they seem to either gravitate towards you or they need something from you.
I
Now,
haven't had that
in
experience, but I'm
I
sorry that's been your experience. Go
I
ahead.
got you, sister. But
Where
again,
did you grow
I
up
can
at,
only
Alabama?
in Florida, in Miami. Cubans are
Miami,
even
Florida.
more despicable in this behavior that I'm talking about because my actual high school buddy, who I thought was Cuban till I called him that, corrected me on being Castilian specifically. You feel me? My
Wow.
Haitian, my Haitian high school friend who was white, pale as you could be, until I saw black bodies of Haitians float on the beach, he was in a same white supremacist mentality. You understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah,
Because
I understand what you're saying.
white skin privilege is a problem. Now, people lie and deny it until they're called on it or until some major event happens. Like, did I ask you this before? Are you familiar with wet foot, dry foot
Mm-mm.
as a policy? The most recent example that horrified people was seeing Haitians being beat by those horsemen on the border with those long
Mm-hmm.
reins. They weren't whips, but they were as effective as a whip. They were long reins
Mm-hmm.
that they used to, control the horse. But the policy came in 1980 or early 80s under Ronald Reagan, where if no matter how the Cuban got here, if it was a boat out in the middle of the water, even in international waters, when they put their foot on the planks of that boat, that was considered dry foot. The Haitian could actually wash up on shore on the coast of Florida, would still be considered wet foot. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about a specific policy differentiating primarily pale skinned looking Cubans and
Okay.
obvious dark skinned Haitians. You understand
Okay.
what I'm saying?
I do. I do.
And
I
that
do.
is not something to keep being. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying in the kind of conversations that are discussing these things, it's kind of dismissed. It's kind of like, well, uh, they didn't make the policy, or it's it's not them, because I got a personal friend, I got a stake, I got a relationship with an individual, instead of looking at the entire system. Because the entire system, the doctrine of discovery, is on the Vatican primarily through Spaniards and Portuguese. Others rolled under it, the British eventually, the
Mm-hmm.
Dutch, the French, but the majority of it, for, remember, we're talking about a century and a half. See, people don't seem to understand that. From 1452 until
Mm-hmm.
1607 in the Jamestown thing, the Portuguese and the Spaniards were turned loose on the entire globe. They literally cut the map in half. You know that when you showed those ancient maps. In
Mm-hmm.
one line of demarcation, I think you want to refer to that as the longitude. That's the line that would go up and down north and south, as opposed to latitude, like the equator, going east and west. That is the reason why Brazil is the only Portuguese speaking country on the entire Spanish speaking continent of Central and South America. You see what I'm saying? Because that
Yeah.
was the line of demarcation. Everything else east of that, if you notice, that's why the Portuguese have all of their presence on the African continent and in the Indian and the subcontinent, because that part of the map was given to the Portuguese to go explore and do convert or die. But
Mm.
we have yet to address that, because when we come to these people, regardless of them speaking Spanish language, if they have a complexion close in proximity to us, we try to treat them as skin folk, as kinfolk. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Until you start seeing their behavior, their voting patterns, and their preference being extended to them, because many of them are actually referred to as white or Caucasian in their documents and in their status with the government. It doesn't matter how dark they are. Now, if you've never seen that, as far as, and I'm talking
I,
specifically like Cuban, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, etc., it's a different type of thing when you're talking about Barbadians and Bermudans and Jamaicans, because they tend to, even if they have the race mixing,
Hey,
they tend
Alabama.
to look more Negroid. You feel
I
me?
yeah, I want to respond to you, but go ahead, big dog. You got to respond to that because that's been your experience. But go ahead. I'm gonna tell you my experience.
Yeah, I was
And
just gonna say,
Alibaba, go
Sister
ahead.
Becky, real quick. A lot of those people we talking about, they're the ones that's bringing drugs in the country. Also, they connected to the islands. That's where it's coming from. But y'all got it.
Okay. So I want to respond with my experience. Now, I heard you say you grew up in Florida and wherever else, but that has not been my experience here. A lot of Puerto Ricans that have more of their Spaniard features do not fuck with white Europeans. And now, am I going to be ignorant to sit here and say that the lighter Puerto Ricans with more of their white features was treated with primitive behaviors versus the darker ones in Puerto Rico? Hell no, I'm not stupid to say that. I know that the ones that looked more Spanish were had primitive treatment, but they're also reminded that they're not full blood uh Spaniards too. So that goes to Spain, the same shit Spain did. And Puerto Rico and South America, period, they did it on the mainland. Because remember, Spaniard was here first. They'll remind that white looking Puerto Rican that you still a nigger. That's what they did to him. They checked him at the door in Puerto Rico. Okay. Just like here on the mainland with Walter Plecker shit. They remind a lot of white people that came out with more of their white features, even though they had one nigga as an ancestor. They remind them, you're not um uh, 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 fully European. And I specify that here. Where is it? They check them at the door. I don't care if you, this is white boy talking. I don't care if you got more features and you look like me because you're Irish, but your ass is still going to be counted with the Negroes. You Indians, white Indians, you're still going to be counted. And that's the same shit they did in Puerto Rico. Well, we don't care if you really look like us Spaniards with the straight hair, you still got nigga blood. So your experience with Puerto Ricans is totally different with mine because the Puerto Ricans I grew up with, they do not act like what you've experienced. And you also have to remember you're in a boomer era with my mom. I'm the generation after you. Now, my mother was in the, just to give you an example of what I'm talking about, my oldest sister, okay, her dad is Puerto Rican. All right. My mother's a boomer. In fact, she's older than you. And she got pregnant by him in 1965. All right. So I don't I'm sorry you experienced that with them, but I have a whole different outlook than you do when it comes to Puerto Ricans. And as far as I'm concerned, they're my peeps and I fucks with them. So I'm sorry you had that experience with them. But Puerto Rican blood runs in my family. I'm not Puerto Rican. My father's from Florida, but my sister's daddy is Puerto Rican. So the shit that happened in your generation is just unfortunate. And I'm sorry, Ali Boomer, but I'm not wiping them away from me. They're my peeps, and I fucks with them, and I'm claiming them. Oh wait, you might be a little not comfortable with that Ali Bamu, but wait till I do tomorrow with the Mexicans that look like me. But I
I
relinquish.
don't
You got it. You got
I
it.
don't think you get what I'm saying. I'm not stretching my experience to include it. I'm not doing what Pan Africans do. Okay. I'm not presuming what my personal experience is to be stretched over every person. But what I am saying, doctrine of discovery is stretched over the entire world. Now, I don't know what their example of a paper sack test is. You're familiar with that, right? I'm sure
Yeah,
you
the paper
may
bag
know.
test. Yep.
Do you know where it actually was originated?
I actually don't. Can you enlighten me?
Now, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, I don't know why African got tagged to it. And this is part of the stuff that these Pamboo try to test themselves to claim we called ourselves African because we were African. But you do know the AME Church still exists today, though most people don't know. It's African Methodist Episcopal.
But it was
Okay?
called something else before that. But go ahead. It was called the
Not
Negro
disagreeing with you,
of
my sister.
color. Oh, okay. Go
I'm
ahead.
talking specifically about why the paper sack test came into existence.
Oh, let me
From
relinquish
the
my mic. I'm
congregation
sorry.
of no, that's quite all right. And you can Google it for yourself. But I'm be very intrigued when we actually have intelligent discussions about this religious conversion from the doctrine of discovery. The African Methodist Episcopal Church would hold paper sack, supposedly. Now, this is the word, I guess you could talk about Prince Hall and Richard Allen and different splinters that came because don't forget, this is going parallel with the American Colonization Society and supposedly shipping Negroes back to Africa. Okay. So when this colorism issue got raised, colored Methodist Episcopal congregations would hang paper sacks outside the doorway to the congregation. If you put your hand in that sack and were not paler than the paper sack, you were not given admittance to the congregation. You see the insidious nature of such behavior.
Yes, sir.
By the
And
way,
I
it has
agree. I do
evolved to
remember
no
hearing that
longer be
story.
it has evolved to no longer being referenced to colored Methodist Episcopal to the Christian Methodist. So anyone who's Big Mama or them themselves today still attends CME churches. That's a good example. You putting those beautiful, lovely ladies together, Paula Patton
Yes.
and Pam
Yep.
Greer. Pam
She
Greer
could
would
pass.
not pass the paper
Correct.
sack test.
Facts. But she would. She would be able to go into church.
Now, you would also be giving what other type of mentality to preferential treatment and pale skin, good hair. You know all these notions that get passed down mother to daughter, grandmother to granddaughters, etc.
Yeah.
And sending preferred children because of their skin tone to opportunities like college. like what do they call it? Remember Jack and Jill's Club? Fraternal organizations, sorority organizations, the Masonic temples, Kingdom Hall, etc. All these things, we don't really deal with it, but when you stop and take a beat, you do understand, if you're objective, that there is a serious issue of colorism amongst so called people of color. Now, where did that originate? I'm not subscribing to white supremacy as anything but a fraud and something imagined. You feel me? But what is
Yes.
factual, like you asked earlier about the bottom of that lighter, I don't know what that was you were holding up, but the bottom of that lighter and an actual albino white person, have you really seen a white person who looks translucent? An actual white person. And I'm not even talking about an albino. I'm talking about whether or not this person was actually white in the same color that you used as that comparison. In the scripture, there's almost 2 dozen scriptures specific to leprosy, and leprosy still means the same thing in 2023 as it meant 2,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago. It's a disease and it's a death sentence. Did you know that? That's a matter
I
of whether
do.
we, it doesn't matter whether we received our biblical references and we understood the scripture or not. That is what it's always referred to in the Bible. It
This is
is either
leprosy.
punishment or it's a death sentence. So I don't
This
know
is
how
leprosy.
people have attached themselves to whiteness or then created a system based on whiteness. I don't know how that works. Maybe you can educate me on that, my sister.
On what? Say that again. I'm showing you leprosy.
On how people attach themselves to whiteness or base the system on whiteness. How does that make sense, my dear? That
I
that
don't.
whiteness is superior. Period.
I guess it comes from. This is why I say, and I struggle with, but I have to also remember that I don't. Now that I'm an adult and really read the Bible for what it is, this is why I say there's a lot of things in the Bible that don't make no damn sense. Like, they I don't know, they took the verse out where Moses went to the mountain and he put his hand, and God asked him to put his hand in his bosom, and then he took it out. He had leprosy, and then when he put it back, he came back to his natural complexion. That was taken out the King James Version Bible. A lot of shit was taken out. So I also don't believe the Bible because of that verse. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. And that's where I had a misunderstanding with Brother Sanchez because he was talking about first shall be last and last shall be first. And I believe he said something to the extent where, okay, so if you saying you first, then your ass, you saying you came from an ape and a monkey. So you better stop saying you first. So that's where a lot of confusion. And Brother Sanchez is very swift in the Bible. And so that verse, first shall be last and last shall be first, really brought me to like, well, damn, if we first, then that means that we treated white people real bad, and they're treating, and now it's their turn because they last. If we're saying we're first, we treated white people real bad if we were first and enslaved them and beat them and whipped them. And then now they're last. So now the last shall be first. So now they switching that shit on us. Well, all around the world, it was brown people that was indigenous to lands. Now, white people have jumped up and they supposedly did all this whipping and this brutal treatment of all the brown people across the world. So that's where the confusion lies with me when it comes to reading the Bible. Is this fucking shit true? Are we a punished uh, nation of people across the planet if your skin is brown? And are we suffering what their Bible says? So
Well,
that's
here
where
now
I'm at.
here. Okay, all right. I got you on that. But here's the fallacy of just that one step. Not that you're making a mistake. I'm saying the fallacy of the statement of itself. As far as attaching to skin pigmentation, It is the most superficial thing of any person. Plant life, animal life, including human beings. But the leprosy issue is an actual genetic biological fact, not something I have an opinion about. You follow what I'm saying? So, in other words, having pigmentation, no matter what degree or level, is a natural occurrence. Being depigmented, or actually albino, I'm talking about albinism itself, or leprosy as a very death condition, is the exact opposite. You understand what I'm saying? Because death is the opposite of life, right? There is not an equating between those two things. Now, we've let people give us a system based on a notion of whiteness, which by itself, on its face, is an outright lie. It has nothing to do with what our actual skin pigmentation may or may not be, or to what degree that we have skin pigmentation. You see what I mean? The predicament is believing in whiteness as a concept, then implementing it on people, convincing them that they should be inferior. And this first and last nonsense is a way of convoluting the discussion. Because then you got people going around believing they are cursed. That's what the Deuteronomy 28 debate the Top Cats had with that gorilla Hebrew Negro. This whole notion that you are cursed because of your skin pigmentation continues this nonsense of white supremacy. How does that make sense? Curses are not from inherence. It's not inherent upon you being born supposedly dark complexion, which is buying into this Kunta Kinte narrative and beating it out of Kunta to make a paler skinned Toby that is civilized. Isn't that the doctrine of discovery, sister? But when you look at things objectively in nature, things that are depigmented always come to an end. They have difficulty in all kinds of things in natural spaces. They cannot procreate. They lend themselves to diseases. They are actually inferior in their existence. It's not about whether you like or dislike it. Its condition is what it is. Do you understand what I'm saying, Queen Mother?
I do.
But when we go and attach something to a people, that's evil. And I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying this is what the condition of the Negro have found themselves in by first being called a Negro,
Correct.
then being convinced the Negro was an African slave. That's Kunta Kinte.
Correct.
By the way, from the African, the novel, written by Harold Coriander, a white, allegedly white European, who the same man who lifted those passages, which is called plagiarism, went to court, was sued, and had to pay a white man $650,000 for stealing his imagination. How,
Facts.
Bessie, how,
Facts.
how does that make sense?
It don't make no sense. It's fucking crazy. I was shocked when I heard that lawsuit about that lawsuit. That was fucking insane. Do you know how many people he fucked up in the head with that movie?
An entire nation of people, an entire tribe of people, an entire autochthonous indigenous people were convinced they were Kunta,
Facts.
put
Like the
in
ones.
chains,
Yeah.
and then beaten into Toby to be a Christian Negro.
Correct.
We
Which is
can't
mind
discuss
boggling.
those facts. We can't discuss those facts. I mean, you and I, maybe we can. In this community, maybe we can have this discussion. But we are still probably less than 1 to 5% of the people who are poisoned with this idea. We're just talking about one man's idea, Queen Mother,
But we
that
have
has
to
no
stop.
facts, based in
I
no
think you're,
facts.
but Ali Bamo, I think your number is quite small. A lot of Christian churches are now starting to educate their congregations on who they are. I heard it. I'm hearing this a lot in my community.
Now, even when we say that, and I'm not going to
And
disagree with you, Queen.
these of course are younger pastors doing this,
That's
not
first,
boomers,
and you
not
yourself
boomers.
saying it's now. So that's been, let's just say, since the 21st century. That's only been in the
Yeah.
past 20 years. In addition, that's only of those who are choosing to attend church, which I would argue quite a large number of us do not. And it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that we're not God fearing or we're not religious people, because I don't know. In over 6 decades, I have yet to meet a black atheist or agnostic. Maybe you have.
Oh yeah,
And I'm not saying they're not out there.
I mean a lot
Oh,
of black
oh,
atheists.
oh,
A lot
okay.
of our people that used to be Christians have become atheists. They don't believe shit. They're so angry with the church because a lot of shit that's going on in the Christian church
Yeah,
happens
yeah.
in the street. Pastor get more pussy than Pookie and Ray Ray combined. So I mean,
But even when a person
I'm
who
not even
says that
lying.
or professes that, which I find amusing about that statement, they do believe in something.
Yeah,
They believe in
I'm one
theology.
of 'em, my brother Alabama. I don't believe in nothing. I used to practice Islam. I see
Yeah.
how it's all connected to the state.
But there is a
You know what I
difference
mean?
from
I don't
believing in
believe in.
there's a difference from believing in theology and understanding your spiritual essence. You are a vessel walking through this world, having a spiritual experience. If most of your time and attention is only focused on the material realm, which is what capitalism is, which is what all the isms are, racism, sexism, any ism is focusing you primarily on just the senses, taste, touch, smell, you feel me, hearing.
Real quick, shout out to Dame Calloway. Dame Calloway said in his video yesterday, when they brought this corporation, they brought their religion.
Yeah.
Point
That
blank.
well, that
Period.
no,
But
that's
that's
true.
You
the
can't
doctrine
get
of
around it.
discovery. Yeah.
Now, when I say
Ali
that, and I
Bamu
think
been
I
me
think you
saying that.
understand.
Ali Bamu been saying that
Come
since
on
I
with
met
Ruth
him.
Bader Ginsburg. Now, come on with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ali Bamu been saying that since I met him. His
Okay, so
favorite
now,
lady, Ruth Ginsburg.
okay, so now when they use the Jew on the court, the small hat person, they used her to write the 8-1 ruling. But what did the ruling state? Because that's why I defer to your legal expertise, Queen Mother. I'm paraphrasing of a bullet point. It basically said what we've heard in colloquial phrases or in actual litigation: possession is 9/10 of the law. Isn't that essentially what the ruling said? We
Yeah.
got the shit. No matter how we got the shit. Yeah, we stole it. We killed you. We massacred. We actually even said we exterminated your ass. But we got it. Right? Isn't that what basically the ruling is saying? And what you gonna do about it? Now, I might be wrong in my opinion or my perspective on it, but essentially to me, that's what the ruling said. Then they claim the legitimacy of having the possession they have is based on the doctrine of discovery. Now, the man currently who is the direct successor from Nicholas V in 1452 to today in 2023, Pope Francis, moonwalking off the crime scene. Why is he trying to distance himself from this judgment?
Your girl said this. Ruth Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote in 2005 decision under the doctrine of discovery, fee title to land occupied by Indians when the colonists arrived became vested in the sovereign, first the discovering European nation and later the original states and the United States. Now, what's the
Could you
fucking
please break that
original?
down for us, sister? Please
Uh,
break that down for the slow
okay.
bus people.
Fee title. She wrote this decision and it should be kicked out. But under the doctrine of discovery, fee title to the land occupied by Indians when the colonists arrived became vested in the sovereign. First, the discovering European nation, and later the original states, which is the 13 colonies, and the United States. How about that shit? And she based her decision on doctrine of discovery. But can a pope overwrite the justice's decision is the question. He denounced it. So by him denouncing it, I mean it doesn't have precedent over the justice's decision. No. Because first of all, he's the Pope from Europe and he's not part of the 50 states in the Constitution. So the answer is no. However, how did that slide when church and state is not supposed to be mixed? And she fucking mixed it, rendering her decision. I can't remember with that case, Ali Bamu. Was she a tiebreaker or?
That was an 8-1 decision. I would love for you to pull up who the dissenting person may have been.
What was the actual case?
I'm driving. So, like I said, when you're reading
I
her,
mean, do you remember
remember
who the
for a
case
majority
was?
opinion, they can decide amongst themselves, which they did in this case with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They decided who would author the opinion. And then some have concurring opinions, even though they voted for upholding whatever the argument was. And the lone dissenter may or may not have written a dissenting opinion. But I'd like to know who that lone holdout vote was in the
Oh,
8-1
that
ruling.
was Cheryl versus um um Oneida Indian Nation in 2005. So let me pull that up. It was an 8-1 opinion in 2005. So let me copy that and try and pull it up. Okay, here it is right here. I'll look at the just here.
While you're pulling that
See
up,
what it
remember
says.
Oneida is one of the 6 considered in the Iroquois Confederacy of New York.
Yeah, that's the area. Yep, that's right. So here it is. Let me do a share screen. All right, so the Supreme Court of the United States, City of Sherrill, New York, versus Oneida Indian Nation of New York. Respondent Oneida Indian Nation of New York is a direct descendant of the Oneida Indian Nation, Oneida, I'm sorry, whose aboriginal homeland at the nation's birth comprised some 6 million acres in what is now central New York State. Um, the in 1788, the state and the Oneida Nation entered into a treaty whereby the Oneidas ceded all their lands to the state, but retained a reservation of about 300,000 acres for their own use. Um, the federal government initially pursued a policy protective of New York Indians. In 1790, Congress passed the first Indian Trade and Intercourse Act, Non-Intercourse Act, barring sales of tribal land without the government's acquiescence. And in the 1794 Treaty of Canandaigua, the United States acknowledged the Oneida's 300,000 acre reservation and guaranteed their free use and enjoyment of the reserved territory. Nevertheless, New York continued to purchase reservation land from the Oneidas. Although the Washington administration objected, later administrations made not even a pretense of interfering with New York's purchases and ultimately pursued a policy designed to open reservation lands to white settlers and to remove tribes westward. Pressured by the removal policy, many Oneidas left the state. Those who stayed continued to diminish in number, and during the 1840s, sold most of their remaining lands to New York. By 1920, the New York Oneidas retained only 32 acres in the state. God damn.
Keep going. Keep going.
300,000 to 32. Damn.
Now,
Although early,
when we're talking about this, I know you don't have the map up in front of you. This is in and around the, isn't it the Hudson River all the way up to the Canadian border? So we have to,
yes,
when we talk about these things, we
yes.
need to show what was the Oneida's territory at the time,
Oh
and
yeah.
what if we rationalized with this ruling for squatulating crackers and settlers.
Mm.
Go ahead, sister,
Uh,
you cooking.
although early litigation over Oneida land claims trained on monetary recompense from the United States for past deprivations, the Oneidas ultimately shifted to suits against local governments. In 1790, they filed a federal test case against the New York counties, alleging that the cession of 100,000 acres to the state in 1795 violated the Non Intercourse Act and thus did not terminate the Oneida's right to possession. They sought damages measured by the fair rental value for the years 1968 and 1969 of 872 acres of their ancestral land owned and occupied by the two counties. The
But
district court affirmed,
sister Beth, do you know the Non-Intercourse Act is? When you get through with what you're reading there, you need to pull that up.
you want me to read the whole thing or pull it up now?
Yeah, well, because you need it in the context of what this they saying that they're violating the law. These outlaws keep saying they're lawbreakers while they keep breaking the law at our expense.
Okay, so the Non Intercourse Act lifted all embargoes on American shipping except for those bound for British or French ports. Its intent was to damage the economies of the United States. So, in 1809, in an attempt to continue to pressure Britain and France while slightly loosening restrictions on American trade, Congress, on Jefferson's recommendation, passed the Non Intercourse Act, which permitted United States trade with nations other than France and Great Britain. So that's what that is.
Okay, which nations do you think that would be? The thousands of American tribal nations? Because again,
Uh
remember, they're trying to hurt British and French economies who are
huh.
siphoning off of the colonial government and its existence. Remember, this is Thomas Jefferson, president number two, right?
Right.
Louisiana Purchase will be coming up pretty soon in 1803, 1804. Manifest Destiny, Go West. And then you're saying this ruling or this, what, 1809 was the Intercourse Act was passed into law?
Yes. Yes.
So then who are they going to be trying to conduct business with on this land, right? Right?
The other
So that
thousands of
other
tribes.
nations, the other nations, correct?
Right.
Because
Right.
again, remember this is 1809. We talking about Russia? Are we talking about Deutschland? Are we talking about Holland? I mean, what nations are we? You see what I'm getting at, Queen Mother?
Right. Yes.
But we
Yes.
don't
I
ever
do.
think of us because we are what niggas, African niggas, slaves, smoke. I know he hates me when I say that, but an African nigga slave will forever be an African nigga slave. You understand me,
Right.
Queen Mother?
Yes, I do. And at this time, the Removal Act hadn't even been passed. So,
Okay, so we're
yes,
talking about the
clearly they're talking
Non-Intercourse
about
Act. Yeah, go
right.
back and break it down for me, sister. Cook, cook. I'm trying to bring you the ingredients. Cook.
Well, I'm yeah, we are definitely talking about all the original indigenous nations, the rest of them on this North American landmass. Well, period, point blank. So it goes into the district court affirmed by the Court of Appeals dismissed the complaint for failure to state a federal claim. The court reversed in Oneida, holding that federal jurisdiction was properly invoked.
Now,
After the
how is federal jurisdiction properly invoked on sovereign tribal soil?
which is fucking
You see the
mind
conflict.
boggling.
You see the conflict in
Yes,
that statement.
I do. It's mind boggling because they had
And
no
and isn't
jurisdiction.
imposing federal jurisdiction a treaty violation in and of itself?
Yes, it is because Oneida is not even listed as one of the five federally recognized tribes. However, there were other recognized tribes, federally recognized, but at this point, they hadn't, I don't believe that they established, well, they established the five uh, federally recognized, federally recognized tribes after the
Let's
Civil
just
War.
for because this is always hard to do to keep a timeline when you're having a discussion and you don't have the visual. Because I'm driving, so I'm just trying to discuss it, setting in my mind and keeping it in context. Okay,
Yeah,
1809 is barely 20 years from 1789. The first elected president, George Washington. So the government is only 20 years old.
correct.
Who could they be conducting business with besides Britain and France?
Us, because if it's only 20 years old,
So
well,
then
wait a
who is
minute.
the
Wait, wait,
trade
wait, wait.
referencing? Go
Wait,
ahead, sister. Go ahead, work it, work it.
hold up. If that's the case, the United States government didn't get established until 1776
No,
with
no, no,
their
no, no, no,
rec-
no, no. That's the Revolutionary War. The
I mean, wait a
Constitution
minute.
is 17. That's okay. This Constitution is accepted in 1787. The
Correct.
ratification process of the colonial presence. Remember, Georgia will be the 13th, and that's about
Right.
1790. Right, same time as the census, same time as the enumeration and the actual
Mhm.
implementation of powers for the representative of government. Because remember, they have yet to be functioning. You feel me?
Right.
So
Right.
1789 is the election of the president, George Washington. The first Congress has to be sitting about that same time between 1787 and 1790. The first census, you don't have a populace even counted or enumerated to determine the representation, right? So you know how to kind of bring
Right.
out your copy of your Constitution so you keep this in context. So from 1789 to 1809 is 20 years, right?
Correct.
That would be about 10 Congresses if we just use a roundabout. So this will be the Congress of the 10th Congress sitting because they, House of Representatives are elected every 2 years, right?
Right.
So how long have they been conducting business?
Well, I'd say not at
Barely two
all. Shit.
decades. I'm saying, yeah, I'm talking
Well,
about
God dang
Uncle
right.
Sam, as you keep referring to Uncle Sam, the United States as an entity has barely been, yeah, damn, they ain't grown. 21 is grown.
And how can they call shots? I mean, at
You
this
feel me?
time, what are they retroly
You
going
ain't
back to a
grown till you're
time they
21,
wasn't
right?
right? But
Hmm.
I mean, how are they retroactively making a decision that that was before they were even fucking established?
Exactly. So now let's circle back to the Non-Intercourse Act and what it stated under Jefferson in 1809.
It states that um in 1809 the Non-Intercourse Act in 1809 is an attempt. Okay, it says attempt to continue to pressure Britain and France while slightly loosening restrictions on American trade. Congress on
Now, okay,
Jefferson's
so stop right there.
recommendation. But
Stop
wait a minute,
right
how
there,
is
bro.
American trade
American
and they're
trade.
not
Come on,
American?
come,
American trade is us.
come on, sister. Come on, cook with me. Cook with me. So they're passing law inside their Congress on their federal jurisdiction, operating on our American soil, talking about loosening what? American
Restrictions,
trade.
loosening restrictions on American trade, which is our trade because we're American and they're United States citizens.
Now, let's circle back to that incident you shared about whatever those chieftains were that was upset about having to deal with all these different groups of settlers who was jacking them and stealing from them in, let's just say, the fur trade, for example. But what types of trade would you suggest would be going on amongst the American tribes? Fish, timber.
Fish,
Remember that thing you brought up about
furs,
fish, timber,
fish,
furs,
timber, food. I mean vegetables,
bison,
fruit, bison. Yep.
livestock.
Yes.
Okay. Agricultural products, tobacco, cotton, corn, rice, etc. Okay. So what are we saying is American trade in the first decade of the 1800s for a country that ain't even grown? They ain't 21. You feel me, my sister?
Okay. Yes, but it also says this um about the Non-Intercourse Act of 1790 prohibit. Number 4, this principle of Indian property law became the letter of federal law in the Indian Non-Intercourse Act. 5, originally enacted in 1790, which provides that no purchase, grant, lease, or other conveyance of lands or of any title or claim thereto from any Indian nation or tribe of Indians shall be of any validity. Yo,
Oh,
so
ho,
if
ho,
that's the
ho,
fucking case,
ho. Back that up and repeat, please. Since we talking about Spanish lingo. Repeat, please.
it said, you want me to read the whole thing? Because if
No,
it's
just
no
that portion you
validity, it's
said
not
about.
valid.
Come on with it, sister. Come on with it.
All right. Originally enacted in 1790, which provides that no purchase, grant, lease, or other conveyance of lands or of any title or claim thereto from any Indian nation or tribe of Indians shall be of any validity.
Does that sound like the land can't be bought and sold? If A1 is
That's
in
what
the
it
chat,
sounds
I
like to
hope he can
me.
bring up to you the great law of peace and what was based on with the Longhouse, the Haudenosaunee, and what in 1988 the Congress acknowledged that it based the United States Constitution and the Articles of Confederation on that great law of peace that says no foreigner can own land in Turtle Island. None.
Okay.
No
And then it
way,
goes,
no how.
and then it says, however, the act failed to ease the hardships that had resulted from the Embargo Act. The Non Intercourse Act was repealed during the administration of President James Madison. So if it's
So it sound
if
like
if,
they sound
if
like they
it's
sound like they're the renegers, that they're reneging.
well, it sounds to me like they said fuck that decision and went and did it anyway.
Now let's fast forward to the Indian Removal Act and to Cherokee Nation versus Georgia in 1832. What did John Jay, the Chief Justice, tell the Squatchy cracker Andrew Jackson in regards to the sovereignty of the Cherokee Nation and the state of Georgia had no authority, jurisdiction, or boundaries? And Andrew Jackson's response was, I'd like to see you get your ass up off that bench and come down and enforce this shit. So these are criminal outlaws by character, correct, my sister? Notice we've been
Um,
constantly referring to 1790. Do we need to circle back to the Naturalization Act of 1790? I'm still waiting for the evidence of their proof that they have good moral character and they are not alien enemies. I'll wait.
okay. So in Georgia, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Cherokee Nation was sovereign. According to the decision rendered by Chief Justice John Marshall, this meant that Georgia had no rights to enforce state laws in its territory. That was in 1831.
Now, does that not then go in opposition to the statement made about non-intercourse act, the non-intercourse act, and federal jurisdiction over sovereign tribal nations? I'm confused.
Well, it
Please
seemed
straighten
to
me
me
out.
that they made the right decision, and they were being very, they were standing on that the state that Georgia was out of order and needed to be checked at the door because they didn't have no fucking jurisdiction over a sovereign nation, and they could not enforce their laws on Indians
But
or
what did
in
they
their
go ahead and
territory.
do under the Indian killer Andrew Jackson, a land speculator who the phrase in and of itself back then was a criminal. A land speculator was referred to as a nefarious business person that was stealing land. That's what land speculation meant by definition.
It does,
But
but this shit is
what did
fucking
the
bugged
Indian killer
out.
do? But what did the Indian killer do? And this was 60 years before Kill the Indian and Save the Man in 1895.
Well, Andrew Jackson.
That's the 1830. He was a president. 1828, 1832, reelected.
Well, it seems to me that okay, state governments couldn't say shit to Indians in their territory and put no um laws on them. But now it's saying that the Supreme Court ruled that Indians weren't independent nations, but dependent domestic
Oh,
nations,
stop
which
right there. Dependent, what? Dependent as wards of the state. Say that again, my sister.
in 1831, the Supreme Court ruled that Indians weren't independent nations, but dependent domestic nations, which could be
I'm
regulated
white and I say
by
so.
by the federal
I'm
government,
white and
not
I
the
say
state
so.
governments, not the
Okay, so
state
now
government.
federal jurisdiction is being imposed on sovereign soil. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, and to me that sounds like y'all niggas is wild and stupid and crazy. No, we won't let the state um put no laws on you. But y'all so damn
Google,
crazy and feeble
my
minded.
sister.
So
I
we
don't
the
want to
federal
go.
government gonna rule over y'all.
I'm not saying we're going down a rabbit hole. Google white man's burden, please, my dear. And remember, there's one other court case, Worcester v. Georgia. It's about the same year as Cherokee Nation versus Georgia. There's the second shoe drop of the judgment from Worcester v. Georgia.
It's saying that the white man's burden in February 1899, British novelist and poet Rudyard Kipling
You
wrote a
don't remember
poem
Rudyard
entitled
Kipling? You know who he's famous for giving
The
us?
White Man's Burden.
Jungle Book. The Jungle Book with Mowgli. He's the author of the Jungle Book. But go ahead, tell us. Please explain to us what the white man's burden is, Queen Mother.
Um, the White Man's Burden, the United States and the Philippine Island. In this poem, Kipling urged the U.S. to take up the burden of empire, as had Britain and other European nations.
Okay, hold right there. Who gave them the burden of empire? The doctrine of discovery?
It would
Circle
have
back to
to
that.
be
What they
that.
asked. Circle back to what they asked Uncle Sam to do, Queen Mother.
Um, the United States and the Philippine Islands. In this poem, Kipling urged the United States to take up the burden of empire, as had Britain and other European nations. So they're saying that the three parts of the white man's burden, three composing factors of the white man's burden are Christianity, pragmatism, and manifest destiny. They are explained in detail.
Hold up. Wait a minute. What's that last phrase again?
Manifest destiny.
Keep going, my sister. Cook.
They are explained in detail. An attempt has been made to show how they form a cohesive unit and, in turn, our fucking foreign policy.
Do you see the fingerprints all over this crime scene?
Yes, I do. This is so bugged out. I don't know, they're gonna turn around and say, okay, the state can't say shit to you and impose nothing on you. But because you're so fucking feeble-minded, they need domestic help. So the federal government is going to um call the goddamn shots. This is crazy. I
Now
never even heard
remember,
of this,
I'm
to
going
be
to come in.
honest.
I'm here to help you. By the way, that's the famous phrase from the government, from the federal government. Uncle Sam, we're here to help you. Help us do what, Queen Mother?
It's
Give up your
crazy.
shit. We're here to help
Yes,
you
put us in a
get.
trap. They
And
okay. So
and
what the
what's the
federal
white man's
government
burden?
did,
The white man's burden is to civilize you wild Indian niggas.
well, I don't. This is the shit that is pissing me off reading this because the federal government did exactly what they schemed to do. They took and said, okay, the states are not gonna impose shit on you, but we gonna oversee y'all because y'all niggas is crazy, feeble-minded, and stupid. So we're gonna oversee
But now
your
let's
damn
not forget.
tribes.
But let's
We're
not
gonna
forget
oversee
that
your
there.
tribes. So they
You
put hold up.
but
Let me
remember, let's.
I want to put this out there. They're
Okay.
saying you dumb niggas are feeble-minded and we gonna take over um managing your damn government. So they put white people over the government and kept the niggas as who are the Indians as freemen to work on their lands, but overseen by the federal government and the white people who's managing, okay, to
Now
keep
remember
the
how they
niggas
came
from
into
being
being
able to enroll.
of their own free volition that's set under law.
That's crazy.
If you're a sovereign, you have authority over who you are and your rights in your person. Isn't that what's in the Constitution? Those 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights? But anyhow, how did they come
But
into existence?
does that even have anything to do? Well,
Yeah, well, it
yeah,
does
because the
actually
fucking
because it's
Indians
being
not
violated.
taxed.
Because it's
Yes.
being
Oh my
violated.
God,
Yeah.
this
Okay.
is
So
a
now let's circle
mess.
back to how did they come into being and how did it come into existence? The colonial governments then ratified statehood because they didn't exist as states. Then they agreed to become a constituent of states, which is the Articles of Confederation. And then once they got the Constitution, they created the federal level of three branches of government, right? All given to
Yes,
them by the great law of peace and our ancestors. The government that we had for millennia, correct?
correct.
Then when they turned around to implement it, they said, you know what, you uncivilized, barbarian, savage nigger bastards, I have to help you become civilized, convert or what?
Die.
And out of the Supreme Court in 2005 said what to Oneida Nation? Nigga, we got it. What you gonna do about it?
Basically, because he was trying to tell them y'all can't do this because our lands are not. It's not valid. What's going on here? And they was basically like, well, we don't give a fuck. We made it valid anyway, which
I
totally
don't bring these. I don't bring
explains
these things up to
this
cause
shit
confusion, Queen Mother. I'm
about
saying
and this, you know what?
I
This
didn't bring this
really
up to cause confusion. I'm just
no,
saying
you didn't because
facts. Facts are
it
stubborn things. Okay. So we
well,
don't address the facts of the matter. We keep coming at this from being emotional or hollering about race. And I'm not saying that those aren't problematic. I'm saying we have clouded minds when we keep letting them trigger niggas based on race. You feel me? Just the facts, ma'am.
I do. Well,
Just the facts.
the convert or die goes hand in hand, which explains why um Emma said, "Look, I'll do the Jesus thing, but I ain't giving it up on my gods."
Mm. Meaning I'm not giving up on who I am, the spiritual essence of my being, the ancestors that walk around in me, not you pad boo boo motherfuckers putting a cup for me to spit into, dumbasses.
And then the fact that they did this shit all goes hand in hand with it, because this is when they start expelling us from our own fucking tribes, when
Now
they
you
took
got three.
over.
You got three examples. Could you bring up Worcester v. Georgia? I want you to see what that statement and ruling is codifying Cherokee Nation versus Georgia. Because we need to have the entire construct understood clearly if we're dismantling it. You feel me, Queen Mother?
Yes. Okay, well, Worcester versus Georgia, legal case in which the U.S. Supreme Court on March 3rd, 1832 held that states did not have the right to impose regulations on American Indian land.
Stop, stop, stop. One more time for the mentally challenged in the short bus, Queen Mother, please.
States didn't have right. States didn't have the right to impose regulations on Native American land. But the fucking trick was when we became citizens,
Ah, ah.
that's when the states start saying, "Oh, we can impose shit on you now because you're
Okay,
in
let me
our
give you
jurisdiction."
let me
So we
give you
impose as
example of the
state.
trick. Let me give you example of the trick of niggernology. So in other words, you invited a motherfucking snake into your house, right? Onto your territory, under your roof.
Yep.
You want to know the examples? Now, dealing with the militia districts that you did an excellent build on about the history of them coming from the Aboriginals and then evolving into what do we refer to them now? The 13 federal districts, the Social
The
Security
13 colonies.
Administration. Yeah, do
Yeah.
you want to use the Social Security Administration overlay and what those districts are? You want to put and underscore the 13 federal districts of the Federal Reserve, which is now the banking criminal enterprise of this thing. So if you invite any of this shit into your house, you are inviting federal jurisdiction into your body politic. You follow me now, my queen?
Yes.
And when you invite them in with their jurisdiction, you are voluntarily becoming what? The white man's burden. You are now determining that you are choosing, though you're not, but you actually are convinced yourself that you're choosing to be civilized by these upsquatulating foreign invading crackers, right? Is that what you're agreeing to? And you see how this goes far down, no matter how you approach going down this rabbit hole, you see that they have in the record, because all the stuff is here. You just laid it out there. It's in the court record, it's in the historical record that they have violated everything that is lawful and constitutional, correct? Including from the president of the United States on down to the dog catcher. So
Wasn't
anybody
this
who
shit
thinks that
around the
they're
same time of all that with the on it that is? Isn't this around the same time?
Well, remember, we're trying to keep the timeline and the activity that's going on, though the focus, if you'll notice, is in the South primarily. So what's going on in 1800 to 1830 in the northern colonies that we're calling the northern states? What's going on for the industrial, preparing themselves to be industrialized with textiles, mercantilism, fisheries? You know, you have to understand what the economy of the North was versus the economy of the South, because the economy of the South was more powerful than the economy of the North. Then you
Correct.
had the politics of actual head count. Remember what they did about the three-fifths compromise.
Hmm.
So you got overpopulation in the South. You have an overpowerful economic structure, and then people are being led to believe it's a slave economy. You feel me?
Yeah.
Whereas people in
Right.
the North is based on labor, meaning your skill set. Are you a blacksmith? Are you a tailor? Are you a baker, a butcher? Are you a sailor? doing fisheries? Do you have a mill, a textile mill, a lumber mill? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But down south, you had gigantic plantations of hundreds, if not thousands, of labor pool. How can you
Correct.
compete with that, north versus south? You feel what I'm saying?
Well, at that time, they had black governors. It was crazy as fuck. We're talking 1750 in the north and 1755, and a lot of Indians in the hoods don't even fucking know. And they
So,
made a
so let's
decision. The
say
white
from
people.
1750 until the threshold of the Civil War. So for 1850, at least 100 years, you're talking about black governors, black quote unquote, I'm using air quote, black flag on the plate over here in this community,
Yeah.
but melanated leadership. Correct?
And Sister Betty, not to cut
Well,
y'all off, that must be the 6% that they talked about that was allowed to vote back then, because not all citizens was voting.
no, they didn't have any
Yeah,
rights
the
to, but
governors was the
that
6% that was the vote. That's what I was saying.
well, hold up. In the north, hold up. There was two governors in the north. It was a black governor and a white governor. And the decision was you govern the niggas and we'll govern the white people. But you nigger, because we were in control of the north. But when there's a problem between the whites and the niggers, we need you, the nigger governor, to be the mediator between the blacks and the white. They didn't get the white guy didn't have the power to mediate between the issues that went on between blacks and whites. The black governor was the mediator, and you could look that shit up and read it. But the white governor, they had their election so that they can rule over the white people. And then they had the black governor and the black citizens of Hartford voted for their governor. So it didn't have nothing to do with white people. It was two separate governments going on. But when there became issues between white people and black people as it pertains to the land, the black governor was the one to sit in the middle to mediate between, all right, you don't get this, you don't get that, you out of order, you out of order. He was the shot caller, not the white guy. So I just want to put that out there. And that was in 1755. I have a list of all black governors
And
in the
Sister
North.
Betty, it's still that way today. The governor is the one that rules the state. But go ahead, you got it.
Well, they had two governors. Now, like I said,
Yes, ma'am.
and
I
they had two
understand what you're
governors
saying. We had our
because
governor, they
the
had
white people
their
they didn't
governor. I
have the
understand.
whole right.
Or
They
now they
had
have a mayor in that position.
well in the municipality, but they always had municipalities, but back then they were like chiefs. Um, to tribes, chiefs. They were chiefs. All those municipalities that you think were
Yes, ma'am.
founded were not
And they was
founded. They
medicine
were
make medicine men also. Because
correct.
you talked about the herbal earlier,
Right.
coming from the soil, us eating the plants and the vegetables here in America and the islands, and that was curing us. But go ahead, Sister Betty.
No, you're absolutely right. And this shit is what I'm talking about. That they didn't teach in our school systems in the United
Yes,
States,
ma'am.
which is fucked up because you got all little black kids thinking that they was little slaves under white people, which is a fucking lie. And they got it right there on their fucking historical site. It would have helped if you told little black kids that, oh, there was a governor. But no, you wanted our children to grow up thinking that your whiteness was the superior. Fuck that. I never had that thought in my head. But this is where I say that the United States, all 50 states, need to be fucking sued because they made it seem like our Aboriginal ancestors had no fucking power, no call. They were just dirty black slaves, which was a fucking lie, especially in the North. And I'm pissed. And they wasn't from no fucking Africa. How you gonna let an African is the goddamn governor, and he's the mediator between the white people and the black people in the whole fucking city. So it's up to us to teach our children who is fucking ruling in this state, because we are not supposed to, and okay, depend on white people to teach our children the truth. We as parents could continue to lie and say, oh, we were just little dirty slaves and didn't have no fucking power. But I'm not teaching that to my, excuse me, we have black governors. And the time that they're lying and saying that we were supposed to be getting our asses whipped. Now, there were brown people doing servitude, but those was the fucking Pequots that you enslaved and made them and do servitude in white homes. Let's check the shit at the fucking door. Don't let me pull up the Pequot history. But I'm done. Let me stop, because every time I talk about it, it pisses me off. You don't explain who these people that are working voluntary servitude in white homes in the North. They're Pequots that you enslaved.
Hey, Sister Betty, can I ask you a quick question,
Oh yeah, I'm
please?
sorry. I just get so upset about this history not
Yeah.
being told.
I'm with you, sister. Much respect. Would those Pequot possibly be the divine nine of today?
The Pequots are the owners of, actually, of Foxwood Casino. Remember I showed you Rodney Taylor and Miss Scott and all of them? Well, their ancestors was
Yes, ma'am.
literally fucking written out of history, and they were so fucking powerful and dangerous that they took them off the mainland, and put them in places like Barbados and Jamaica and shit. And some of them, those that didn't want to go, went ahead and took the servitude jobs in white homes and shit. You know, but then later on, Rodney came to existence, Butler, and they wrote him back in history because they wrote him out of history. And Trump called them the Michael Jordan Indians and shit, like all that shit. So that shit Jabari could talk about, he can kiss my ass. And if he can get Rodney Butler on his channel, which I doubt, Rodney ain't gonna get up there and fucking lie. But first, you gotta get him up there, which I doubt he think he did. And he's talking about he know Jill Scott and them. What are they gonna do? Tell him fucking lie, or are they gonna tell the truth? And they didn't even go through the normal process to be federally recognized like everybody else was, because their tragic the tragedy to their tribe was such that it went beyond. They went straight to the feds to get recognition because of what was done. They was literally written out of history. And the other tribes in the north ganged up on them. That's why they lost. It took a lot of niggas to take them out, the Pequots out. So Jabari could kiss my grits, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about when I come to them Pequots. And if I'm lying, I'm dying.
Hey, Sister Bethy, good to see you.
Hey.
I just wanted to touch bases with you on that everything that y'all been saying. Ali Bamu, Big
Oh
Dog,
yeah.
Philly OG. Thank you all. Thank you all. When you have brought up Manifest Destiny, do you know that they literally believe that it was by their God-given right to expand across the entire North American continent?
How about the world?
Hey, peace, Street Smoke. Peace.
Yes, I do. That's what they went around the world to do, under based on what they were doing as colonizers. They did it across the fucking planet, in all countries where there's brown people that were aborigines. That's why I said these motherfuckers got to go. They got to drop dead, because this is crazy. The only thing that holds them in power is their weapons. But hey, don't you think at some point the children that are in these armies are sick of these motherfuckers, and they're giving their lives up? I don't know. I don't know. At some point, shit got to cease.
Well, it was just so telling earlier how you went through what you went through in Ali Bamu together. the information that you put out, it pretty much showed you that in their entirety, they always felt like that was the way to go, was to hoodwink and bamboozle people out of their property, overly micromanage anybody's, you know, they took away all that land from people only because of expansionism. And they did it underhandedly. I mean, over time, they just willfully said that you're not capable enough to keep your land. You should let us help you. Like you
Yep.
said, Ali Bamu, let me help you help us, huh?
Yep. They still have the same attitude, and this is exactly how they see all of our people, even if we got a fucking suit on. It don't matter. We're still wild Indians that ain't got no damn sense. And the funny part is, what if all of these dudes are medical doctors? That's why I always show this. And then you see the two little white people up at the top with their hands like, I don't know what the fuck going on. This is some bullshit. My ancestors are not descendants of slave owners. Because this is some bullshit. Ain't no
Hey,
fucking way
sister,
in the world that
sister
these
Bessie,
niggas,
take away the word civilized and put in educated. Go ahead.
correct.
My bad.
But I'm just saying, if you look at this shit for what it is, you got two white people, and suppose they got like living on 10 acres, and they got these niggas out on the farm. I cannot in this lifetime, not even the next, that these two motherfuckers came out and beat these dudes on the back. No cops around, no walkie-talkies back then, no telephones. Do you know that these two white people would be under the fucking ground if the history and story that they tell about the South is true? This alone lets you know that that shit was fake and that we were the owners of our own families. Because ain't no way in the world these dudes is going to let two little old puny white people beat their ass down and walk off their land alive. They would be buried under their own fucking house.
Unless they had help
And you
from
talking
our
about
own.
people that's scared to even fucking walk past them in the mall. So how the fuck you gonna beat them on a big ass landfill when these niggas could run and be gone in another town in 2 seconds? Get out of here with your slave story, Jabari. That's the shit that burns me up. And this is the part when I always say, get off the white man's ass, because ain't no fucking way they had Pookie and Ray Ray in the field whooping their ass with a whip. If you was getting your ass whooped on farmland, it's because your daddy went out there and whooped your ass because you ain't turned the soil. And I'm gonna stand on that. Ain't no white person gonna be I know have no 50 niggas on they field and they come out and tie one of them to a tree. Meanwhile, all the rest of the niggas gonna sit back there and watch. You crazy. These niggas will whoop that owner. He would be tied up to the fucking tree, getting whipped. I'm not playing with these fucking Mickey Mouse stories that Jabari and keep fucking giving to my people. So I
But to
say that
believe,
them bitches is paid agents, and I'm not
to
gonna
be-
have it.
to believe such a notion means the docility and the submission of black manhood. And if you
Well, there's
subscribe
the
to
ones
that,
that submit.
yeah, well, I don't want to get into name calling because it really doesn't matter at the end of the
Well, I'm
day.
just saying though,
If you
Ali
are pushing,
Bamu.
no, I get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with none of what you just said, Queen Mother. I'm talking about the reason it continues to persist. It continues to persist today because strong black men are either at each other's throats or allowing feminization and homosexuality of this demented agenda of the North American Man Boy Love Association. These things are coming into play through the chaos and division that's being fostered amongst us. Now, whether these
Oh, you fell off, Alabama.
Goldman Sachs. And Goldman Sachs, by the way, is
Yeah.
the big.
Oh,
It,
there you
it,
go.
Smoke, I'll land my plane on this. Goldman Sachs is the biggest criminal in the banking industry, and Open Society and George Soros is paying him through Black Lives Matter. But you got it, Smoke. Run with it.
No, go ahead. Y'all keep building. I thought you was in a honky hole.
And this also is, and I'm gonna stand on this till I drop. Ain't no when you looking at shit like this, and then you go in Florida and you start thinking about the Seminoles that came together and developed the Seminole tribe. And the white soldiers went going to Florida saying, turn over the runaway slaves. Ain't no, this
Let,
is why they got their asses whooped. Because it was niggas that looked like this right there, beating the shit out of them soldiers.
let's not forget the Seminole War lasted over 50 years, and even the Indian killer, Andrew Jackson, cursed the day he mixed with them Negroes. But you got it, Smoke.
I'm just looking at what you're saying and listening. And the one thing that comes across to me is this one word that I've been trying to get across to people, and it's culture. Because the first four letters of culture is cult, C-U-L-T. So to me, that sounds like you have to subscribe to the cult way of thinking. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. When I say when I hear Jabari's name, that's when I think of cult way of thinking. Because here's a little West Indian island boy. Okay, he ain't never been no hood nigga. Okay, so um, he'll. It's hard for him to believe. It's easy for him to believe the Kuta Kinte story. Maybe because he's a little sheltered dude that don't fight, and he's very culturally European, like acting like. Whereas these are the hard niggas that was soldiers in our hoods, and before they was on the hoods, they was on their farmlands in the South, and they're the ones that history teaches about runaway slaves. What do we do when our parents get us upset? When we get upset when our parents, we have a history of running away from home, and that's what we did. So I'm not going with that two little puny white man and his wife on this big ass 100-acre land, and them
And
um
we're terrified.
beating
We're
beating down.
terrorized and terrified that we won't rise up against these few. What did Ben Franklin call
Come
the
on.
few? The few white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yes.
The
That
point
shit
that I
ain't
was
going
trying to make
down.
with you earlier, though, Queen Mother, is that people who elevate, whether it's pale skin or not, people who elevate European culture, they're paying more homage to what you could call their quote unquote white parentage. And by the way, he's doing that too. As many of these Barbadians, Jamaicans, Bermudians, any of these colonial islands under the Queen and the King, they are elevating European over even their African, if they have Africanness. They are elevating
That's a fact, Alabama.
European
That's a fact.
over African. Well, please correct me if I'm in error, big dog, please, because this
No, I'm saying I'm
old
agreeing with you, brother.
nigga,
That's a
I'm
fact.
confused as fuck.
No, you on point, brother. They put that religious preference over who they are, man. That's a fact. They do that.
Mm-hmm.
I even see it. Man, let me shut up. I almost said something I
No,
ain't
sister,
gonna
you
say.
you cooking, but do you understand now when I say what I say? What is the white man's burden, straight smoke?
You said, what's the white man's burden?
What's your
Educated nigga, but
understanding?
go ahead.
What's your understanding?
Of the white man's burden.
She gave you the. If you want to go back to that, Queen Mother, what it was defined by Rudyard Kipling. What's
Yes.
the goal of the white man's burden to you, straight smoke?
The goal of the white man's burden to me, I mean, beautifully stated earlier by the great sister Bethy, which I concur with. But we can't deny truth or fact and like you said earlier, fact is the hardest thing or hardest pill to swallow. But in my opinion, which I have no opinion for it, because their burden is not what my ancestors want me to focus on. My ancestors want me to focus on healing my people.
I agree, but I don't mind answering the question. And I answered the question. I'm going to answer it based on um the way the people in my community understand it, of what the white man's burden is and what I've always known it to be. And that's an educated nigga. I relinquish.
Now, when you say, I mean, I get what you're saying on
One
that,
from
Queen Mother.
civilized
What?
to educate. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but hold on. When she says it, because I want to stay for a focus on a moment of what she means by her response. What is burdensome about an educated Negro? By the way, the one they educated through civilization or convert or die. So what happens when you are the miseducated Negro that's burdensome?
When you're a miseducated nigga or educated,
Well, remember, they're creating a Negro, and that we have a book titled, to me, the Negro,
the
by
creation of
definition, is
Negro.
miseducated. But if you're highly educated, like the Jabaris, the Pambubus that you're talking about, what's burdensome about the type of educated Negro you're talking about, I guess, my good sister?
Well, the educated Negro is the one that don't buy in to what the garbage that they teach in these colleges. You literally went to their educational institutions, but when you came out, you and when you were in there, you didn't pledge to stick to the bullshit teachings that's going around today. You actually came out and did your own research on your own people and not using any of their infected fucking teachings. But someone like myself who stepped outside the box and went and got the right information to teach our children, that's burdensome to them because now everybody knows the fucking truth. Burdensome to them is knowing who you are, that you're the Indian, not fucking taxed. So
Now, I
that's what I
agree with
mean.
your expression of what the burden is, but just for a moment, just bear with me. Understand what they're stating, not just Rudyard Kipling, the poet, the novelist, who wrote the Jungle Book, by the way. I don't know if you ever read it or you saw the movie with the character Mowgli, this
Yeah,
so-called man cub, kind of like a variation of the Tarzan mystique, you know?
yeah.
The culturation, straight smoke, I think you said it was. You said culture. What is a culturation? The civilization process for the five civilized tribes, you know what the basic requirements were, right?
Please tell.
Well,
Create a language, form a constitution, which the Cherokee did these things by getting a syllabary, become a Christian, and also do what? Aping or replicating white colonial behavior. Slaves in a slave economy. So if you patterned yourself against, by their definition of civilized behavior, that's called assimilation, right? Good brother.
mhm,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, now how responsible are you for what you're becoming as opposed to people molding you into something other than what you are?
That takes a
Who's more
very
accountable?
soft-minded individual.
No, I'm not. Get what I'm asking you, Straight Smoke. Who's more accountable for the person that's now created? The system that made you assimilate,
Yeah. The
forced
system
you to
that
go
formed.
create yourself, then you're still who you are beyond what you've been turned into. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because the question is, what's wrong with a Jabari in the House of Coons, Queen Mother? Or is it just more comfortable to
They're
be under the
they're
white man's ass?
they're indoctrinated in mainstream white society because when they go for resources, they don't go for resources where they've done their own individual research on something, but yet refer to books written by their colleagues that keeps them with the slave mind mentality. They don't go outside the box and the rules of the scientific community. They refuse to go outside the scientific theories. They stick with the uh they stick with
That's big facts, Sister
learning
Becky.
from a theory
They
and
stick with
hypothesis. Right, the way it's taught.
history.
Yeah, they stick with the fact. They stick with um the idea
Script.
of theories and
Contemporary
hypothesis. They
science.
can't come out of that and go research on their own. They don't use the tools that
Well,
will
you
enhance
may
them.
not like these two terms, but it's doctrine and dogma. Now,
Yes.
getting
No, I
outside
agree.
of
I agree.
well, I'm starting first with the doctrine of discovery. What's the
Mhm.
whole basis of that? I
Well,
discover I'm in your house, Big Mama. I discover food in your damn refrigerator.
You
It's
ain't
mine.
discovered nothing.
Oh well,
um,
okay, run with it, Smoke.
well. Oh, I'm sorry. Did somebody else want to hit it?
Yes,
I can
ma'am. I mean,
relate. I can relate.
that is master manipulation. I mean, how do you really pull the rug from under somebody's whole history and tell them that's not who you are, this is who you are, and you will believe it? Just like you said, Ali Bamu, let's beat Toby in. So what they did was perpetually over time teach. We had the enemy teaching our kids. We had allowed the enemy to do all of this, and it hurts me to even, like Sister Bethy, you said, dealing with this young guy. I refuse to even say his name, but you're right. He's not looking at the total picture. He's clipping out what he can to say, see, this is how this worked, this is how this went down. He has no idea at all. It just hurts me so bad that we have to we have to deal with closed-minded individuals to get and try to get them to understand how this all came about.
So you're
I,
a rat in a maze, Smoke.
am I
No,
a rat in a
it's
maze?
easy to follow. No, I'm saying what you just described: the confines, the boundaries,
Hmm.
the constrained existence, which is fabricated, fashion. Now, it's easy to fall back on the narrative of the Matrix, but you understand the layers of the message of that narrative,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And until a person is pulled out, any and everyone is Agent Smith. It ain't about whether you're getting a check. You have agent behavior. You are conditioned and trained and encouraged to behave a certain way against your own self-interest. Can we agree
And
on that?
incentivized. And incentivized.
Give us some examples, Straight Smoke.
Well, if you look at it, I mean, every example is what you see on a daily basis. I mean, look at your sports leagues, look at your entertainment, all of that. You just looking at the next black face coon that's gonna get up there, dance and shake and do whatever to make that money. And guess what? You never see. You don't never see anyone coming back to reality from that. The ones that do quickly gets dismissed, or they have I don't know, some kind of experience that they're not here no more.
Did you see how Bamboozled flopped at the box office? I'm sure you've seen that movie before.
I have not watched TV in over 12 years.
Well, even if you don't watch the movie Bamboozle, please get a copy of Tom's, Coons, Mammies, Pickaninnies, and Bucks by Donald Bogle so that you'll have it in your library for your children's sake to understand the history of the nigga narrative and image in Hollywood. And I yield.
I
I will get
always
that.
say this. Um, let me and reference to, and this is around the time a little after Reconstruction, in reference to the convert or die shit on the in Oklahoma on the reservations and shit, where I got the original story and dodge y'all gonna have to dodge the hijack because this article was updated in 2018 as far as getting our people, the Indians, Cherokees, Chickasaw, all the Indians, to convert or die. And where you see outside this church, okay, in Oklahoma, of trying to get the Indians to convert to Christianity. And all you see outside this church are the Negroes in this Presbyterian church, and dodged the hijack for some of the words because it was rewritten in 2018, where the session minutes of the Anadarko Presbyterian Church, founded in Indian Territory in 1889, referred to the problem of the Native American church membership on the very first page. We didn't identify as Native Americans. Reverend Silas Fate, along with an elder, examined an Indian named Emma. And everybody know your goddamn big mama named Emma. Though she accepted Christ, the leaders rejected her application as she maintained that Christ could not interfere with her own gods. And in the follow-up notes, Reverend Fate worried that great harm will come to the mission if care is not exercised in the matter of receiving Indians into the church. And when you talk about receiving Indians into the church, you talking about the niggas. Because at this point in time, the government, took over the overseeing and management of our former government because they saw us as feeble-minded, crazy-ass people. And this is what I keep trying to tell people. Y'all keep thinking that these little wingling loos are the originals of these damn tribes. And that's not the case. They took our former government and put people in there to oversee the shit. And we became the freedmen. Because why? We were so disobedient on our fucking lands that they needed a government to go over there. And those same people that's governing the shit still got to give the Commissioner of Interior the report of our people's behaviors on the goddamn plant reservations and or whatever. And what's her face came up there. Isness brought the document of how they reported they didn't like how we was dancing and the way that we just chilled in our communities, and they still don't to this day. They hanging out, they dancing and smoking and drink. They didn't like our behaviors. So those are the same reports that they still speak about our people today. Ali Bamu fell off. I don't know what happened. He must have signal must have lost, but y'all got it. Jermaine, you came up here. Oh, Smoke or Jermaine or
Yes, ma'am.
Jermaine, Barbershop Clark.
Looks
Your
like
mic is
everybody.
muted if you're talking.
Right. Sister Bethy, this has been another eye-opening session with you. I gotta applaud you. Your research and your mental is just like so spot on. I really love
Thank
it.
you, brother. Thank you, brother. I don't know, Jermaine, are you there? Barbershop Clark, you need to unmute your mic. Oh well, go ahead, see Moses. Oh, there's Ali Bamu. See Moses?
Yeah, you ready for me?
Yeah.
I got
How are
one.
you?
Good. How are you, Sister Bethy?
I'm good.
I got to. Can you pull up something as I introduce why I jumped up here?
I got
Do
it.
you
Go
have
ahead.
it where you could cheer?
I guess I do, but it's just the 7 mountains of influence. It's a chart. It's a YouTube like image. You can find it. Just not even a YouTube, just a Google image. I was gonna say.
Go ahead, straight smoke. You got it. You look for it.
I'm on it now.
7 mountains of influence is. I'm just if you didn't hear me the first time.
Building a church to transform society.
Yeah, but yeah, actually, it depends on the. I just want an image that has all 7, just so we can kind of look at the different areas. Basically, so this is rooted in. I don't even want to say religion though, because it's just any civilization, any community, any person, any generation that has these 7 influences that make up life. I feel like the reason I came up was because you were talking about.
Oh, you gotta mute your mic, Jermaine. Oh, there it is. I muted it. Go ahead, Moses. Give him the
Uh,
information.
straight smoke. Can you see? Can you show an image?
Give me 1 second. I'm getting it zoomed up.
All right, cool.
I got you. Here it come. I believe this the one you talking about too.
I hope it has just something with a visual, any visual, just so we can put something to the thoughts here. All right, that's cool. So I'm curious to know anyone's thoughts on the most impactful influence in our area. So any community has these areas of influence that have been taken over by whoever, have been infiltrated by wrong thinking. When I was listening, and then when you guys were talking about, I think Sister Beth, you were answering like the educated Negro, someone who went to their schools but didn't just follow the leadership or whatever it is. But even then, the schools the way they are today isn't how it's always been. So it's over time they were getting worse and worse, and now everything is so blatant. But like if then someone else was talking about how they haven't watched TV in 12 years. Again, that hasn't always been the case. There was a time where you could watch TV and it wasn't as bad as it is today. Religion. We talk about how Christianity has, I would say, depending on who you are, negatively influenced or brainwashed a lot of people. But that hasn't always been the case. I feel like for a while you could challenge and come with free thought, but just know or just believe that there was the Bible that had like the final word. I'm just curious if there is any one of these that started it, that then they infiltrated other areas, or if there's anyone that hasn't, like family, I guess I would say is the only one that hasn't been infiltrated by the other person. But I just kind of wanted to put this to the conversation, because even when we acknowledge that there's something else teaching our kids, or there's something else on the screens, it's like, well, what do we have that hasn't been infiltrated?
Everything up there's been infiltrated. You got people claiming to be the starters of a lot of the arts and entertainment that came from us. So you got people coming on the mainland talking about they were the original of this and that, when in fact it's not true. The whole world is copying off of us. And Jermaine, you got to mute your mic.
That's bad.
You got to. Oh my God. You got the whole world copying our culture and entertainment, the way we do things. We don't copy from other countries. Everything generated from here as it pertains to arts and entertainment. Business, we was always in control when it comes to trade. We traded out. We were not a needy landmass of people. Everything they do from around the world, they come here and want to do business and open up businesses. All foreigners are here. They've done that. Education, they come here and go to our colleges and universities. Family, they invaded our families because foreigners came and they got our grannies or pregnant and then called their kid the Indian with the more white features. That's invasion. Our government was taken over by foreigners claiming to be citizens or descendants of the original people. The news media, that's a story alone. And I think everybody knows what the news media does. And religion, convert or die, which really went heavy during Reconstruction. It was convert your ass or die. So all of those were invaded.
Okay, so then let me ask you this: which one do you think, if they are all 7 were that way, which one would you start with to reclaim the land?
Oh, that would be an easy one.
Yeah,
I would say religion, because everything they did to our people was based on doctrine of discovery. That's religion. They came here with the bullshit.
but then what religion is superior to all?
Christianity.
Superior.
Christianity. It came from out of the Pope, their God. We did not practice Christianity. It came here. It invaded us. It bruised our heads. Everything in their Christian Bible states what they were going to do to us. And that's what they continue to do to this day, starting with the bruising of the head. What's in the head? The brain. We are Satan in the Bible to all foreigners that come over here. So the punishment that God told Adam and Eve was that the enemy was going to bruise your head. And what is in your head? Your brain. Is not Jabari's head fucked up about who we are? Are our people's heads not fucked up right now because they don't remember who they were? And that's because they were told not by their grannies, but by foreigners that they came from another landmass, and they fucking believe it. And they got people taking African American studies and teaching it to our people like Jabari, keeping up the fuckery. And he don't even know he's fucked up. So where else you want me to go, bro?
No, I mean, I know that you kind of took it to Jabari as one person, but I know that that's a one person bigger
it ain't
system.
him, it's the whole African
I hear you.
House of Consciousness, that whole community that shakes dashikis. How about that?
No, I hear you, but the thing about that, because you started with you said religion would be the one you start with, but Jabari, I feel like he represents the infiltration or the filth that's in education. So that, which I agree with you.
I would say we start with education. We start with education if you want to work it that way. But I was thinking on a different term when you said basically I should have said education because that's where it starts at. But I said religion because that's the first thing they came here with was with their little Bibles. And that's how we got the praying Indians in the North. And that's how they defeated the South. But I have to say it's education, but go ahead.
Sister Bethy, if I chose anywhere to start, it would be family, because family creates the education, family creates the business, family creates the religion, family creates the arts and entertainment, family creates the government. So we need to start back at home and re-institutionalize our kids on true history, which is their education, getting them to understand how business is actually ran, taught, and done. And also letting them know that I hate the word culture. So I'll just say arts and entertainment. That's all us, but that stemmed from the family. So I would want to start with family first.
Great statement. I could agree with that too, brother. I could agree with that too. I guess I'm just so upset, but you're absolutely right.
Wait a minute. Stop the press. Stop the press. Hold on.
I
heard something. I thought I heard something. I might have to get a little clarity on. Did bro say he hate culture?
You can't hate culture.
No, I hate the word culture.
What's the terminology?
What's so deplorable about the word culture?
Because if you look at the first 4 letters of culture, it's cult. So you have to be tuned in and subscribe to that cult to hear the message. That's
Let me
why I
ask
don't
you.
like the word.
Let me ask you
Yeah.
another question then, because the first 4 words of cultivation is cult. Do you also hate the word
Hello.
cultivation? Like, I
I
mean,
choose.
you know, we gotta. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to circle my wagon around the idea of finding the word culture deplorable, and for the like of me, I'm not really able to do that because I understand the definition of it. Right?
I'm just using
Spoon
it
feed.
in the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jermaine.
Yes. Hey, Sister Bethy. Long time. I haven't been here so long, and it's good to
Hi, Jermaine.
good to see, good to hear from you. And the young gentleman and these gentlemen over here talking about the cult word. Cult is not an evil thing. It's just a terminology. That's all it means. Now you could turn it into bad or good. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what side it's on. You know what I'm saying? You got to cultivate. I have 2 children, so I have to cultivate them into a positive means. But what I want to say is that leaving from there, keep forgetting the guy's name that always up here. He's spitting some great jewels. The guy that sounds like Jabari, but he ain't Jabari. They sound so similar.
You talking about Alabama?
Yeah, man, they sound so similar. I'm from the
Oh my
DMV, man.
goodness,
So
are
I'm gonna
you
talk to you
serious?
like from the DMV, like they
You
ain't
think
talk to you.
Jabari and Ali Bamu sounds
Man,
alike?
they
I
sound so
don't.
much. They sound so. They
No
sound like they
way.
got the same
No
tone.
way. That's an
They got the
insult.
same damn tone. Sis.
No, Jabari is more softer
Yeah,
and
he's softer,
gentle.
but the
He's
old
gentle.
boy is more harder. You know what I'm saying?
Ali Bamu is militant.
Yeah,
Jabari,
exactly,
Jabari
exactly.
has he's the Jabari, and I'm not gonna say anything mean about him. He's much more of a soft heart person.
Yeah, I don't blame either one of them. But and Sister Betty, I want to tell you this because I know I'm about to go off here. Thank you for help. Thank you for actually getting back to history and law goes together. If you study case law, you will find your remedy of how to get out of there. Law and history goes together. And I always been saying that, Sister Bethy.
Law is my
Always
life.
been saying history and law goes together. If you study case law, you understand history as far as back to 1400s and to today, and you'll find your remedy there because we're under this commercial law, and there we will find our remedy.
Exactly.
Oh, so much of a pleasure seeing you reach up in your degrees of life. I'm following you, dear. Keep reaching it.
Sister Bethy, if I could
Thank you,
just
brother.
address a smoke signal real quick on why I said the word culture.
You got it. Y'all got it.
That's only dealing with the arts and entertainment. That's only dealing with that. That's all.
No, I wasn't trying to bang on you, bro. I was just trying to get a understanding of why you was so adamantly opposed to the word per se. But yeah, I feel what you talking. I feel what you're talking about now, and I see how it could be. I see how it could be taken that way. But if we adhere to the definition, that's my belief. My belief is words are separated by their definitions.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, like cult has one definition, culture has a completely different definition. That's just a position I take on the whole issue. But go ahead.
It's just that, like I said, I'm looking at it from the arts and entertainment world because it's been perverted. It's just been perverted. Now, I'm not talking about cultivating like as in I'm a gardener. I do that. I know what it takes to garden. And I understand the words that we're using as far as using the word cult. But in that specific entity of arts and entertainment, that is a culture. So, in my
No,
humble
well,
opinion, go
that's the
ahead.
thing. I think in our community, we think that that's culture, but that's an element of culture. Like that's why this image and this whole, if I could just say this, the conversation around this is so important. Family is culture. Like all of these things put together is culture. Arts and entertainment is one element of culture. But in the Black community, we think, oh, I'm doing it for the culture. And when it's really just a rapper saying, like, he's doing one thing, that's not the culture.
There
Like,
it is. But you brought up the entertainment part of it. That's what I'm saying.
It's a part of it. It's a part, but it cannot stand on its own. That's why it's so clear to see for us at this point in our journey of enlightenment, to see this, like, this person is lacking education. This is, or this, not person, but this element, this leg of culture is lacking so much. This can't be representative of the whole culture. And then you go and find your tribe elsewhere.
I understand, but what I'm trying to purvey is that the perversion of that one entity can cause harm to the rest, because then you have family looking at that perversion and thinking it's okay. Then you have business looking at that perversion and thinking it's okay. We already know what government does. So now you see the media and now you see the religion. I'm following you 100%.
But what I'm going to say, yes, all of those 7 elements are 7 elements that make up culture. But let's be real here. We had all of those, and every last one of them were invaded. So yes, it starts with family, and then comes the education, the business, the arts. But we had all of that. All of those elements were invaded.
And it's a literal and spiritual thing. That's why, like, the 7 mountains, when you talk about invasion, like, it was a literal invasion of the mountains where they took it over. But I don't think you retreat. I think we need to take back, and that's why I don't
Reclaim.
know. Huh?
Reclaim.
Yeah, but the weird part about it is that it's reclaiming it, but it's like the article and the things that I read around this had to do with religion, which is only one element of it. But this is just, I definitely don't want to say woke folk, but any person. What were you gonna say, Sister Bethy?
No. Go ahead.
No, so I was just saying, in terms of reclaiming it, like, yeah, okay, if you understand that we are at war, and then when you think about whoever your tribe is, reclaiming your mountain. So I don't believe that there's one mountain, but I definitely believe we got lost in somebody else's mountain, and then we started looking around because we thought the education, we thought we just were going to go to their schools, learn their stuff, and then you realize, wait, these aren't my people. So it's about going to your mountain and reclaiming it. And we want, not yours in singular, yours is in finding the people you're supposed to be on the mountain with so you could enjoy the rest of life.
Well, that's the thing. Their military has a hold on all that shit. They say, this is them. This is the government. Oh, you can have all these things: the arts, the business, the education, your family, the government, the media, and religion, as long as you do it our way. When we begin to do it their way, as long as we do it their way, when it's a problem when we begin to do it our way, and it always has been. Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, gone. We did it our way, and that's the thing. This government don't want niggas to come back in control of their own family governments. That's the problem. That's when the military steps in. When you become your own government, your own family government. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're not supposed to be doing that good. We gotta blow up Black Wall Streets all around this goddamn 50 states. So when you see our people coming back to their culture, which is all 7 of those elements, that's when it's a problem to the government, and it always has been. We just read you cases. So, do we need a fucking treaty to say, yo, do we really need do we need another treaty to say, look, we're gonna reestablish, which the rights of indigenous, the UNDRIP says we can do, but the minute we do it, here comes the government, because we're no longer doing business with them, and that's where this government has a problem. So I relinquish. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts about the government, because it's such a touchy topic and it's so vague, because at the core of the government, what you have is just people, right? The people are the main components of the government. And I don't think the government can function without the people's approval or its support. So what we really saying when we saying government? It's just a question I got for everybody. What are we really saying when we saying government?
As far as what's keeping us from meeting all 7 elements on here,
Even that, you could say it's some policies, some regulations, some rules, even some laws, but still, people got to support those, because a law really isn't a law unless it has something that's enforcing it, compelling people to abide by it. So still at the core, even with those policies and statutes, ordinances, rules, regulations, procedures, it's all dependent on people being actively supporting it and or enforcing it. So still at the end of the day, it's the people. Now, are we saying it's some people that's with it and some people that ain't, or is it everybody? Because certainly we can't say it's nobody.
as far as bringing back our culture, which are the 7 elements, what's the thorn and thistle? That would be the government backed up by their militia.
That would be the government backed up by their religion.
And their militia.
Yes, ma'am.
They have a
So
militia
so
to
basically
stop us from.
So basically, at the end of the day, it's an apprehension that keep niggas in line, because there is a threat of retribution if an attempt was made to level the playing field. Is that what I'm getting out of this?
Well, Smoke, I have to be perfectly honest, brother, but it seems to me that as long as you're following mainstream white society's way, you're perfectly fine and without sin. And that's where you get your Jabari from. I don't want to live a life acting like Jabari. Jabari doesn't understand that he represents a culture that many of us can't stomach.
I think when it comes to the Jabari, also, and the tale, I guess, of two sides, when it, like, just different ways of viewing the same thing. If he had his way, or if his crew, or whatever you want to call it, that ideology, that thinking, if they had their way, nothing would change for the better for our people. We would be more lost, more at the bottom of this, because we would then have to go to Africa and restart a whole continent. I don't understand. That's why I try to envision. Okay, where is this going? What's the bigger picture in that understanding that he's come to that can help the people?
Well, see, that's physically impossible to go back somewhere where you never been.
That's my point. But that's where I'm not of that thinking. I'm just throwing that out there of thinking about the bigger picture of, okay, let's say we all do adopt this thinking. Where do we go and what does that look like? And does it help anyone?
Well, no, I think all the compelling evidence suggests that we don't go anywhere, and that we reprimand anyone for even making that suggestion.
I totally agree because
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Smoke. I'm sorry. I just don't want to be lost in the sauce.
Well, when it comes to this go to Africa thing, anybody making that suggestion should be at least reprimanded. And I'm just being extremely cordial at the moment, right? Because people got to understand that we are not those people that are known as Africans. So to even make that suggestion would be, it's like telling a Korean to go back to China. Well, I mean, yeah, they have a familiar phenotype, but that's unacceptable. And a Korean will have you know, as soon as those words leave your lips, what the hell are you talking about, bro? You see what I'm saying? That's the type of energy that has to be utilized when these type of situations occur. You gotta let them know now. What you mean go back to Africa? How am I gonna go back? I never been.
I see,
Just,
and
just how
I
you
agree.
start. That's how you start changing the conversation.
Absolutely, a smoke signal, and I concur with what you just said because what that does is we have to stop using their language. We have to stop using their language and their wordplay. We have to be more craftier and understanding of what they're actually imposing because that's the whole ticket is that through deception and being naive, that's how we put ourselves in this situation from the jump. Now we need to start focusing on rebuilding the family structure, educating ourselves and educating our families, creating our own businesses, and doing the things that got us how we were at that time before colonialism.
Well, my thought is, what did we do? We assimilated into mainstream white society. So we have to unassimilate psychologically from mainstream white society as a people. Because if not, you're going to get that Negro that's always looking for a pat on the back for his great works from mainstream white society. And that I don't stomach. It makes me nauseous. I constantly see men like Jabari that always look for a pat on the back from his white boss or his white supervisor. How did I do? How looking for confirmation from them. And that's what mainstream white society does to our men when we assimilate psychologically into mainstream white society. They're always constantly looking for ways to fit in their community, their 360. And it's a bad thing. It's not great at all.
Well, I'm not currently of the opinion that the way this society is structured has anything to do with white people. I just feel like they find themselves in a position of prominence as we can observe, but I don't think they came and really introduced anything that we weren't familiar with. I think they just reclassified it, renamed it, right? And somehow rested that identity, rested that identity of this culture and claimed it as their own. I'm also suggesting that they had plenty of help doing so from what I would say other foreign groups and even domestic groups. I can't say which ones it was, but there are some inclinations. I think further research has to be done to substantiate the claim. But just speaking logically, just speaking logically, I don't see the logic in people who have always resided in a particular place to just set that all aside because of the introduction of foreign groups. I relinquish the flow.
But Smoke, I have to say this and disagree on, or unless I don't understand you. And you're saying that it's not mainstream white society. Okay, let's go through these 7 elements. Who's overseeing arts and entertainment? Who's got all the limited liability companies across these states?
Yes.
Who's teaching in our educational system?
Yes.
Who's having shots called on how we run our families? Is not the state welfare always involved in our families
Yes.
and determining if we're fit and unfit? Who's running the government? When is the last time you looked at the Congress? Who's in the media? Predominantly white people talking about giving their one-sided fucking story of what's going on as it pertains to these wars. We're only hearing the United States side of what really happened over in Israel and Palestine. So we don't even know who started the shit unless we go over there and speak to a real Palestinian that's going to give us the 411. And who brought the religion here and said convert or die? I'm sorry. So that's what I'm seeing. So it is mainstream white society that has taken over all these things that we already had.
So
Just my point. That's my point exactly. They took over something we already had, right? Making us believe that they introduced something that never was. The only thing they introduced was themselves and started whitewashing a history that belonged to somebody else. I'm talking about even to the highest point of this structure. It wasn't created by white people. White people came over here as vagabonds, settlers, and they was what the Statue of Liberty say? Give us your tired, your wretched, your huddled masses, right? These people didn't come over here as nobility. The noble people was already here.
Okay, so I get you.
And the thing is, if I could just go on to how you just went through that whole line and talked about who's like in control or at the top or who infiltrated. While that's true, what's also true is that they didn't take it from us, because we still do dominate arts and entertainment. We dominate all these things, even when it comes to religion. Like, we are a spiritual people. So at the end of the day,
buddy, I'm not gonna go there. Yes, we dominate it as the servants of it.
No. As we control it. We control sports. We are the nucleus.
No, we don't.
No.
We don't control it. They have
No.
say so on how money's spent, everything. We don't. That's what they like you to believe. And if that's the case, if we control it, how come our entertainment people, sports, can't set up shit in their communities before they're persecuted? They're not allowed to grow their communities. We do not control it. They are workers of these music artists. You're an employee that's contracted to sing. So no, you don't control it. You're not the shot caller.
The reason I say we control it is because if you pick any one of these entities, let's stay on the entertainment. We can stay with, like, say, sports or an artist. Yes, there's somebody writing a check, but that person is the one who has the influence and the power. Nobody cares about so-and-so's manager. They go to the street or they go to the store and no one knows who that person is, so they don't actually have the power. They just write the check. So I get what you're saying. Trust me.
No, they control it. They control it. When was the last time you seen what went on with Kanye West? Come on. They shot him down.
They tried to.
No, it's not they didn't try to. That's bullshit. They control it. Once you out, you're out. They control their artists.
But Ye is still Ye. His whole point is you can't.
I don't care if he still is, but look what he had to go through.
100%. So I'm not discrediting that. So like
that's slave, like he said, it's slave. They control it. I'm sorry. If our people control entertainment, we would know.
I'm not saying that. All right. Okay.
And I'm
That's a
talking about
good.
sports. I'm talking about
No. I
sports
want to stay there. I
too.
want to stay there because my rebuttal to it is okay. I 100%
One nigga don't want to do
understand.
right in basketball. They got another nigga there to replace him.
Right, but I want to stick with Ye just for a second because you talked about the slaves part, and he came back and made a song, "New Slaves."
So it's gonna make money, ain't it? That's his job.
But it's him who's the creator. He's the one
It
with the
don't matter
narrative.
if he's the creator. It does not mean
He's the
in
one we're
control.
watching. He's the
Okay,
one we're
you
Yeah,
put
he's
your
who we watching, but he don't control. The
Moses.
shot
I mean,
caller
again,
is
I get
always
what you're saying.
the white guy behind all that is the shot caller. I don't give
What's
a
his
damn how
name?
many songs. I don't give a damn how many songs he creates.
What's his name?
The Asian dude. You look him up. It's a nigga. It's a white man behind every nigga in entertainment. And you better believe that. It's a white man behind every nigga basketball player. You better believe it. Look at the owners of the basketball team. They own the team. So, no, they're not in power. So, I don't know how you're looking at it. But for
Trying to tell
every
you.
nigga that's in entertainment and sports, it's a white dude behind it that owns it. I don't know where you came from or where you got that idea from, but look up every basketball team.
Yes, but
and
you're
see,
missing my
see
point.
who the owner. It's no point needed, dude. We're talking about ownership and power.
But you said you don't know how I came up with this because as I watch TV, if I'm
don't.
watching,
You
I know.
can watch them all you want. They're there. They're the face, just like a commissioner of an agency. He's the face.
But stick with one example because if we like, I could make my point with Ye, or I can make my point with a basketball team.
Go ahead.
When I'm looking at it, it's those are the people that I care about. I don't care. I get what you're saying about the person behind them.
I care about it when they the owners and the shot callers. That's when I care. I don't care about the entertainment. When they're the shot callers, that's when I care. Why is it always got to be? Why does it always got to be a white person over it? Fuck that.
So I'm not disagreeing
what's wrong with
you.
Do you got a problem with Pookie being the shot caller of the basketball team? Or is it better to have the white guy that's civil overseeing the basketball team? Why can't Pookie get a chance? Why can't he be the NIC? Why it got to be a white guy behind everything? If you don't see that, brother, then I advise you strongly to go buy some glasses. Why it got to be a white dude behind every nigga over here?
You want my opinion on that?
Yes.
No, your opinion really sucks at this point, but go ahead and give it a try. And I've never been like this to you, but I'm just outraged.
No,
that
listen.
You can't see that
I can see.
everything, it's always a white guy in the
100%.
suit behind the shit. It's
100%.
always the white guy that needs to stand. The basketball player got to stay quiet. The white guy, oh yeah, well, see, Moses is a great person. Why he got to be the fucking speaker? The black guy can't speak all that good, so he needs to just shut up and be quiet and let the white guy speak. Fuck that. I'm tired of that. The white guy bought the basketball team, so these are all my niggas. They playing for me. Look at my team winning. Until that changes, I'm going to always have a problem with it. They've done so much in society that our men can't purchase basketball teams. Why is that? Is somebody kept out from being hired to make 6-digit salaries?
So I would love to respond, but I do want you to know that I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, well, we got to talk right. To me, it sounds like you say, well, just put that aside. No, Money Grip.
No, I'm not
putting nothing aside. You might as well say it.
Okay.
Because what you're saying is, I see the basketball players. I see the person creating this team. I see the person's playing. Fuck that. I want the shot caller. Why them shot caller can't be the black guy, the brown Pookie in the suit? Why a white guy gotta own the goddamn team?
Well,
Yeah.
There's a few things that I want to
Sleep on
respond
that.
with. Huh?
All right, well, you go for it, and then y'all take it, cause you're not gonna win with me, bro, until I see a Pookie shot caller. I'm sorry. Why always the way that still puts me, that still got me thinking, oh, it's the superior supremacy shit.
Right. All right. So let me, before you go, let me say this. What
I'm
about?
not going nowhere. I'm be right here listening.
All right. But what about Magic Johnson?
What about
What about him?
He's that face that they're trying to put that is a owner, and he's blah blah blah. I'm not saying he's of the fabric that is actually going to open this up, but he's definitely not a white man. He's in positions of ownership. How do you
Michael
continue?
Jordan already did that. He was partial owner of the Charlotte Bobcats. But go ahead.
See, I don't want y'all to think that I'm on the other side, like trying to.
We're not thinking that.
down
It's
your
just that.
argument.
It's just that working in corporate, you sound like a corporate person to me.
Okay.
And I work with them for so many years, and it's always that level where, well, just let this slide. No, money grip. I want to talk real shit. Are we afraid to say, yeah, we need some shot callers? Why does it always have to be a white guy behind everything? Yeah, we see all the basketball players playing, but guess what? It's a white guy that owns the team. Nah, I'm tired of that. So when I hear you speaking, bro, you just sound like the corporate people again. And that's just, and it sounds like the kind of people that's trying to change my sense of thought. But because I'm me, I ain't never gonna change my sense of thought. I was built different. I was not built to humble. And I'm never gonna humble until I see Pookie calling the shots. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I mean, I get that, and I'm the same way. Like, that's why I'm not going to continue to stand on there. All I'm doing is just proposing different ways of viewing this, because I can go one step further and say, why do we want ownership of the team? We need our own league.
You're right. And
that's why we don't get the ownership of the team, because as soon as you get one owner of the team, like, it'll be a domino effect, and then we just need our own league.
Ice Cube has that with the big three. That's what I'm saying. Everything that you're saying, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I will say is that what you're looking at is the entertainment side of things.
I'm looking at the power structure, like if we're talking about a car, I'm looking at the engine.
I get what you're saying. Again, I understand what you're saying, but you have to realize, if you're looking at the car and you're looking at the engine, what about the person that owns and produces that car? You follow me?
I do. Again, like I said, I'm not going to continue to be on this side, because I understand what y'all are saying, and I believe absolutely we want ownership. Not only, and I can go, my mind has, like, when I went down my rabbit hole of what the truth is and why is this blah blah, and why are we reporting to this, and why do you need to ask for vacation time? Like, we need to own the car, we need to own the road, we need to own everything.
No, because in actuality, how I feel is like we need to stop. Why do we have to have all these different entities to entertain the people, to keep their minds focused on something that means absolutely nothing?
All right, so that's a different. We talk about the entertainment side.
All of it. When I look at entertainment, I look at any kind of major sports.
Yeah.
Anything, movies, music, arts, all of that.
It's gifts. It's a spiritual side to it, and I know your question. We have gifts. We are people that we get gifts, and some of it's singing, some of it's rapping, some of it's playing sports. And when you have that gift and then you go and do it, there's such a connection to the world that is bigger than you, bigger than me, bigger than the view. Like, we have gifts.
I understand.
And all our gifts are controlled and managed by the white guy that you don't see. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm sick of it, bro.
I agree. But
Well, if
he
you
was saying,
agree, that's not what's coming out your mouth. You're coming in with the voice of reason, and that shit, I ain't reasoning no more. That's our problem. You're coming in with the voice of reasoning. No.
I would say
Don't
I'm
you know
coming in
that
with a voice of
with that
acknowledgement.
entertainment shit, here's a prime example. They can't make distribution companies. If they wanted to make their own music and have their own distributor company, they can't.
Who are you speaking of? Who can't?
None of the artists. They'll get arrested. They already tried it and they'll get in trouble. Haven't you ever heard of codes? They'll kill you. They'll get rid of you. Oh, you're coming in to this giant. Oh, you're going to disappear. Anytime you try to do something outside of the entertainment business to excel yourself, you broke code. You can't do that. Fuck that. That's crazy. And for you to come in with the voice of reason is killing me, bro.
No, I'm not coming in with the voice of reason. I'm coming with
you are, because you bypassed everything I said. You said, forget that. Look,
No, I never said forget that. I never said forget that.
You did, Moses. You said, wow, look who created. You bypassed what I said. And then you said, look who created the song. When I watch the game, I'm looking at the black players. They do own it. No, they don't.
Okay,
They're
when I'm
contracted players.
all right, so all right, good. I'm not coming with the voice of reason. I'm saying the voice of acknowledgement. When I'm literally watching the game, I literally see the players. Literal. Right. I'm not saying like that's what I look at on the screen.
But you still bypass what I said, Moses. I said, okay, they're players, but they're not the owners. You said they are the owners because they're playing the game. Look at who everybody's watching. No, Money Grip. They don't own the team. They're players, they're contract players, and they got to do what they're told to do. And please, that's when all of this is where the control come in. Look, I know you can make that 3-point jumper, but you better miss that shit. Same thing with boxing. Yeah, I know you could beat his ass, but today I want you to let him knock you out. All that shit is control.
I don't
exactly.
Disagree. I don't disagree.
So when you talking about we own shit and we calling shots,
we're the ones with the gift.
You got a different view of it. Yeah, we got the gift, but it's being controlled by a white guy.
And exploited.
He say you better miss that 3 jumper. If you make it, you in trouble. Just like with boxing with Muhammad Ali, they did that shit to him. One time he reneged on their ass. He wasn't supposed to do a knockout, but he was so distraught. So they did the same thing with Mike Tyson. They told him to do what he did when he bit homeboy's ear and they wanted him to do that. So I lost interest in boxing when I started seeing, Muhammad Ali when he lost that fight. You could and the smart thing, the genius thing about it, when Muhammad Ali lost that fight, he left his face open to get punched in. That's something Muhammad Ali never did. That's how he let his audience know, y'all know this shit is fixed. So everything is fixed. Because people gamble on these fights.
There it is. There it is. People.
So that's why it got to be controlled.
It's got to be controlled. Do you think the people in Vegas is going to lose?
Gaming, the highlight, the game highlight. I don't know if you ever seen that where they have this long thing that looked like a damn thing that tied to your hand, and it's a little tennis ball they throw up against the wall. They gamble on that. It's called highlight. Those games are fixed. 1 minute they could climb halfway up the wall, and the next minute they can't. It's all fixed. Everything the white man controls when it comes to making money is controlled. Just like lottery. I don't believe, and I'll never believe it, just because I know how computer systems work with lottery and Powerball and all that shit. White people are winning them fucking games. That money, them big lotteries, they fix it, or they just pick a white person that's on code, could be a fucking employee. You got to say you won the lottery, 55 million. I need you to say it. I don't believe nothing these motherfuckers do. And we're all under it, believing it. And for somebody to come in here and say, with the voice of reason, that shit to me, I ain't reasoning with. I'm sick of their way. I'm sick of their way. You don't tell me all the millions and millions of people that play lottery every day and there's not one fucking jackpot winner. Oh, nobody out of all the trillions of people that played this number for $1, nobody won, not even in a fucking box. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm tired of their world. I'm tired of being under their control. But see, when you got the people like Jabari that go to their colleges and universities, they pledge to this shit. Not me. I ain't never been a part of that. Fine. But I went in there, learned what the hell I got to learn, got my master's, and got the fuck out. I ain't like it. I was not into the boule shit. So I'll never, ever be a great part of mainstream white society in the manner in which some people expect. I go to work, I do my job, and when it's time to clock out, I come on YouTube and live my life that I have control over. And can a motherfucker say nothing to me when I'm on my YouTube channel? Because this is my life. As long as I'm not on your clock doing this shit, don't fuck with me. But when I speak on my YouTube channel, I'm going to be me. You pay me to act professional at work and speak like you and speak in a professional manner. But when I get home, it's fuck you and kiss my ass. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry, Mr. Government. Don't watch my YouTube channel. Unsubscribe. I'm being me. I'm being the fake me for 8 hours of the day in which you pay me to be. But that ass kissing shit ain't happening. I'm not built up that way. You're not going to do it to me like you do it to Jabari. He can sit and put on fake ears all day. With these motherfuckers, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm going to be blunt with you and say, nope, I don't know.
Hey,
When I
Ness.
punch you at work, I'm serious. I'm keeping it very real. I've been in this government working 38 years and ain't shit changed. I'm still Bethy when I get off work. You have control over my employment life, but you don't have control over my fucking private life. I'm not in your game. I'm not your management. I'm an employee. You hired me to do a job there. I didn't come to this state corporate jobs to make friends.
Nope.
Never. I was hired to be respectful and professional. And that's what you get out of me. When I'm off the clock, I'm me. You don't like the real me? Don't fucking watch me on YouTube.
Speak.
So that's my thing. And there's a lot of boule sheltered brown people that says, oh, you shouldn't just be that way. Oh, it really doesn't mean it. I'm sorry, but you're in love with Bob and his white dick. I'm not. So you cater to his needs. After work, it's all about me and my family. And listen, white people go home at night, they don't think about the nigger at work. They into their family. So you're not going to get me to bow down. This is not my government. This is their government. But I happen to be in this bitch by forced assimilation. So I understand you're reclaiming the 7 mountains, which is something that you would learn in a social class um um such as social work and sociology and things of that nature. But I'm sorry, I'm not into building mainstream white society. Mainstream white society has done nothing for me but give me employment, and that's it. As far as being the woman I am, I did that shit on my own. They taught me not to ever, ever be a part of them. That's what I learned in mainstream white society. Why does things have to be done their way in order to be justified? No. I'm tired of living like that. My ancestors went through it. I don't want to fucking go through it.
Nope. Not putting my
So
kids
a
through
lot
it.
of y'all boule and church people, this is where the church come in and try, oh sister, just pray to the Lord and tell him to deal with your demons at work. No, how about I just kill them motherfuckers and then that's over? How about that? How we used to do. Oh, pray to the Lord. Ask the Lord to deal with your enemies. No. Why can't I just tell them to leave me the fuck alone and that be the end of it? I'm not converting to the way on how they want me to resolve issues through Christianity belief. Let the Lord be your weapon. Let the Lord fight your battles. Nah, money grip. I've been fighting this battle waiting on the Lord to fight this battle all my life when I was a Christian until I had to step up and fight my own battles and speak for myself. I'm not letting no white man's Christianity define me. And that's not being racist. How about I tell you, hey, white man, come and do my voodoo the way the niggas do it. You think they coming? No, they're not.
And
So
Sister Bethany,
I don't know what kind of world you're trying to establish, Moses, but that kind of world, been there, done that.
So
I've
I,
tried to work. Everything you went through, I've been where you're going. I tried to promote this society. I did. I tried to fit in and their
no,
their world. I
I'm not trying
did.
to fit in their world. Not at all.
Well, you speak. You come with their philosophies, though.
No. All right. So that's why I mean, not in the least bit. I come with my own philosophy, and if I'm not doing the right job or a good job of portraying that, then I got to dial it back. That's why I let you kind of paint that picture there, not really thinking that was towards me, because if you knew what I was saying, I don't think you would disagree with me. My only thing is I think we underestimate how powerful we are in society. So when you talk about, like, would they come if we talked about our spirituality, would they come? I think yes, because I think they always trying to be nosy about what we're doing, because we're the only ones that got sauce, juice, whatever you think. It's us. We are the people.
but we're the exploited people.
Oh, if that's what you want to be, speak, brother.
No, that's not what I mean.
Me. That's not me.
I'm sorry. That's not what I mean in the sense.
Well, that's what you said. So let's go off of what you said, because you said we are. I said we have the juice. I said we have the sauce. I said we have. That's the part where I said we have the power. It's in us. Now they're peeping to see what we're gonna do next, because they want to make up some money. They want to blah blah. So, but they want to be. But they got to look at us. We're not saying, oh, can we get your recipe? Like, we're not following them. So this society that I'm talking about, I'm speaking from first person, because I'm the one building. Like, I don't want to be selfish or narcissistic, but like, if I don't believe in me, then what kind of society am I? I'm definitely not fitting into this thing. So I was like, maybe I said the wrong thing, and I said it the wrong way, but like, by no means am I saying, oh yeah, we're just going to be employees, we're good just being players. No, if you're ready to talk about ownership and owning the team and owning the league, absolutely. Why? Because we can. I'm ready to go there. All I'm saying, I would start at square one saying we have the power. We have the thought. We can dance. We can cook. We can create. We have original thoughts. We have swag. We have professionalism when we need to. We have power, strength. We have everything we need to build the culture, society, any of those 7 mountains. That's the point of view that I come from. And then from there, it's like,
I get you.
That's it.
You know what?
Okay.
I mean,
You know what?
oh, go ahead,
Hi,
sis.
hello everybody.
Hi, sweetheart.
Oh,
Hey,
so
Ness.
hello. How everyone? How's everyone? So, I do agree that we have the sauce, we have all the ingredients, we have everything, but we also have, basically a parasite. Because if you look at, let's say, Bill Cosby, he tried to buy CBS. His son was murdered. So, these people, we do have all the ingredients, we have everything, and in his case, he had the money and he tried to invest it to do, what he needed to do. And you have a group of people who are dead set against you. And another example is you have all these people who are trying to buy basketball teams. Now, I find it really funny that when we try to buy the basketball teams, somehow they never could get their foot completely in the door. But then you have the guy who owns, what is it, Alibaba, the Chinese guy. He owns a team. You
The net.
have the guy who owns the Nets, yes. You have the guy who owns the Sacramento Kings. That's an Indian guy. You have another owner in for the Golden State Warriors, another Indian. So now we can't, so it's not just the white guy who owns the teams now. It's foreigners who owns these NBA teams, and there's no problems whatsoever with them owning the team.
And I like
So
to add to that, what she's saying is factual. Only everybody can own and be billionaires and trillionaires except the original people of the soil of America. All right. We're not allowed to own things and their foreign corporation. The nigga got to step back. Oh, no, not in this corporation, you won't, nigger. And we're from the soil. But because we're from the soil, we are the real Americans and the only Americans. Everybody else is a United States citizen. No, nigga, you're not, nigga, and you're not coming in the corporation to own shit in our corporation. You're not allowed to. There's limitations on you. You want a little plumbing company or a little electrical license, that's all you get. But you're not stepping up into the 1%. No, no, no. So we can't, there's limitations in their corporations for the original Indian, is what I'm telling you. I don't know. Maybe you have to go through another era to see that. Yeah, we have the power and stuff, but there's limitations on that power, bruh, is what I'm saying when it comes to this corporation.
I mean, I'll agree. I'll add and say a part of that ownership piece. I mean, if like those people, it's a desire to do it.
Hmm?
I don't know. I don't want to continue. There's a if you. I don't know if we have that desire to do it just yet. To be honest,
I always have the desire. The problem is,
you do. You have a like in your corporate, let's say landscape right now. There's not a point where you're just like, I don't even want to continue to move up because the hours aren't worth it. Like, I just want to go. I want to leave. I want to have my family. So when it comes to the ownership, they work like 120 hours. Like, they work crazy out. We don't. That's not how we work. We want to just be able to shut off and go home to our family. They will have a nanny raise their kids fully. We like to be with we love our kids. We want to dance with our kids. It's a difference of like, and I think these things will begin to come out if we or when we get to that point, because certain people are trying to come up higher, but it's not that I don't want to say it's not for us, but like the way that the matrix and the system is built.
are you saying that we don't work hard enough?
No.
No. That's why I can't understand that.
Like, not even a little bit.
Moses,
why would you?
I don't want to go up in their corporation. Let me tell you something.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Boss,
you know what I'm talking about.
My boss, my director, who is now commissioner, I told him before he became commissioner, when we are home now, I'm working home full 40 hours home. I said, listen, I don't want a promotion at all because my only promotion would be management from the position I'm in now. I told him, I don't want a promotion. I want to work out my last 6 years and get the hell out of here. I just want to do what I'm doing. I don't want nobody's job. I don't want their duties. I want to do what I was hired to do and get the fuck out,
And
basically.
there's nothing wrong with that, and it's not even a lack. I don't know why whoever that was
When I was
tried to take that.
younger, yeah, I wanted
Well,
my
no, because
promotion.
this is work. What you do here is work. You research, so it's not like you're not working. We always work. We putting food on the table. We're doing stuff. It's just we aren't doing it for them. So it's just a matter of like priorities. That's where the desire is not. Do we not work hard enough? What do you?
Well,
Mike
okay,
check.
let me explain myself.
Yeah, I got
Because
it.
uh,
I'll be right back.
because okay,
Isness and
because
Ali Bumaya and Smoke, y'all hold it down. I'll be back.
Yes, ma'am.
okay. All right. So there may be some people who are willing to put in those hours. And I'm going to trigger right now, and I'm going to use my example of Kanye West. So Kanye West is complaining that he wants to be in this area of life and he is being completely barred, right? He says, I'm willing to put in those hours. I want to do this. I want to own the manufacturing. I want to do this or whatever, whatever. And for some reason, these people who have said they're my friend, they said they're fans of mine, they are blocking me. So you might not want to put in those hours, but there might be somebody who, don't have a family yet that might want those hours. And these people are being.
Okay, mic check. Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, Bone.
I I was wanting to reverse engineer with the Queen Mother when she comes back, but let me address. You're both of you are correct. It's not you're not speaking across each other, and we don't need to be trying to convince and convert people. Convert or die. But everything in society must need a working participant. The predicament for the Negro, they are coerced, terrorized, lynched, everything from our experience, even those who think was a straight smoke said earlier about incentives before I was dropped in the hunky hole. We don't analyze what those incentives are, do we, straight smoke?
No, we do not.
But they are no different than the rat having the cheese in the maze or the hamster on the wheel looking to suck off of that sweet water, right? That's put in there. but you're on the wheel. You're on the treadmill, going nowhere. Activity does not equal productivity. So CMOS or C Moses, I'm sorry, my good young brother, I'm not disagreeing with what you're proposing. You're still suggesting we be on their treadmill.
Yep.
I am saying eventually this entire thing will be destroyed. It will collapse of its own weight. It is called the rise and fall of civilization. But that does not mean the end of the world. That means the end of this shit. Okay? In the ashes of all civilizations, something new emerges, like the phoenix rising out of the rubble. But this time, I certainly hope this time, the Negro in America steps back and away until his house, his or her house, is clean of the vermin. You feel me, brother? I don't necessarily want to use these analogies of making people into insects or infestation or termites or leeches, which are pretty appropriate for the particular population that we are discussing, because I am saying staying with the facts. You feel me, straight smoke? Just the
Yes, sir.
facts, ma'am. Please show me who is not an alien enemy to the Negro in America, and I would question their good moral character. I'm talking about the Naturalization Act of 1790. These are the fundamental basics of citizenship under this criminal enterprise called the United States government, which is foreign to the American. Can we at least agree on something tonight when we're having these conversations? Everything that we're discussing is foreign to the Negro in America. Now, some people are trying to modify it to their own personal needs. They're attaching themselves to it. What do you call it, straight smoke? Through incentives.
Yes, sir.
But are you changing or is it changing you? Are you changing it or is it changing you? And by the way, by extension, your children and your potential grandchildren.
Ali Bamu, if I could, I just want to go in further what you're saying because just like we were saying with incentivizing behaviors, not only are they incentivizing behaviors, they're already calculating these behaviors as they need and see fit. So when I say that they're being incentivized, they're being incentivized to be blackmailed and exploited for their talents. So I'm saying, when do we stop and get off the plantation?
And by the way, stop being the white man's burden, maybe.
You do know, you do know, you do know the plantation is for sale, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because what we have here is a big business composed of many businesses, smaller degrees, greater degrees, but basically everything for sale, bro. So some of the issues that we face is just because we don't prioritize our spending or our compulsive spending. So yeah, put that in the pipe and smoke it. I relinquish the flow.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I mean, everything is for sale right now, and they've been showing us that for some decades now because they've been selling everybody out. They're selling themselves out. So at this point right now, if we do not start structuring our own, we're going to be in a world of hurt.
Are we convinced that the Negro was the first product bought and sold in this slave economy called American capitalism?
100%.
No, we're not suggesting it by any means. But what we do see is that he has become like the major commodity these days. So I'm just saying, if we are observing this phenomenon, why aren't we investing? Like niggas who know better, we should be investing in the Negro. We should be buying LeBron James. We should be buying Conway West to do our bidding. I'm just saying it's a
Okay,
simple
okay, well, all right.
mathematical.
Let's
It's
stay
simple.
with your logic, man. What is the medium of exchange? What is the thing that they would value that you have to give them for them to do what you were
Well,
directing
it's
them to
already been
do?
shown what they value. They value influence. They value finance, wealth, riches.
But not amongst the Negro.
Right.
No. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
Huh?
If the
No, I think
Chinese,
I think you're missing what I'm saying. You said the evidence already is provided what it is they value. You get what I'm saying, straight smoke?
Yes, I do.
They have shown what is valuable to them is the enemy. So how are you going to be able to provide them something of equal measure when you
no,
are seen as inferior?
you twisting
You're
the
seen
concept.
as inferior. The Negro is
Hold
seen as
on,
inferior. The
hold
Negro
on, brother.
community's condition is an inferior condition. Why?
You
Where's the
twisting,
selling point in that? Where's the
you
selling point?
twisting, you twisting the concept. The enemy sees them as valuable. That's why they invest so heavily, right? The enemy sees them as valuable. That is why they invest so heavily. If it were not so, it wouldn't be no bought niggas. If it were not so, it would be no. We just got to deal with the logic. We got to look, brother. We got to separate ourselves from the sentiment because the sentiment is what got us in this damn mess in the first place. Let's just
Okay,
use
can I
Go ahead.
okay, can I say that the logic says that they that that we are, what is it, as the guy was saying earlier, we have everything. And just like when you have that pit bull and you know that pit bull is a really good protector of your house. But what do you have to do? You have to show dominance over it because you want to keep that pit bull in control. But that doesn't mean that pit bull is not valuable, or I don't value that dog, right? And I'm not trying to compare us to dogs, but what I'm trying to say is that people know that we're really valuable. It's just that they're just trying to keep us in our spot, right? They're trying to keep us in our place. And I'm saying by us taking ourselves out of the world system is not going to help us very much, because when we were producers, we had it a little bit more. That's why we're lamenting the removal of the Black Wall Street, right? It's because those things did work for us. So to say for us to tell our folks to just remove ourselves from these systems, to me seems a little flawed. You know what I mean? It just seems that we need to, I don't know, be more aggressive, you know, be more assertive in these areas. No, I'm not going to let you do that to me, or I'm not going to let you do that to my neighbor right there, because I think that's the only thing that we're missing, is that we won't stick up for our neighbor. That's the only thing that we're missing. So when Jay-Z or these other people, that's just a superficial example, but when he is not willing to stick up for his fellow brother. That's all I'm saying. I don't think we should take ourselves out of nobody's system. Not yet, not now.
Well,
Because
we
that's how we
should.
got into the projects. That's how we got into the projects. It was we removed ourselves.
Right. Right. But one of the biggest things we have to stop doing, and it will work, but we're not educating our community on what not to do. Number one thing we need to stop doing is making these motherfuckers rich.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem right there. If we don't make them rich, they won't be rich. And we literally got to stop buying from their nasty restaurants, buying their clothes, doing anything that
Mm-hmm.
makes them rich. If we
Yep.
put our money towards ourselves, then it won't be no problem. The problem is the major thing we got to do is get out to our community and educate them on economics. Say, look, only reason why Nike's rich is because we buy their shit. What happened to Nike if we stop buying them? What'll happen to the foreign restaurant and every other block in our community if we didn't buy their food? They wouldn't exist there. So it's us making them rich. I relinquish. What are your thoughts?
It goes back to what I was saying. Because the only reason why Nike is a thing is because some prominent ass Negro endorsed that product, which caused which caused a multitude of Negroes to support it. It wasn't because Larry Bird endorsed Nike. It wasn't. It wasn't Michael Lambert that endorsed Nike. It was some prominent Negro figure that endorsed that particular brand, and now it's spiraled what one may say out of control. But that goes again to show you how valuable we are as a people. But
But
we got
what?
Fact,
to
Okay,
because they
what?
used Michael
And
Jordan to make Nike rich. They used the nigga to get all
right,
the niggas to buy it. That's what
right.
But
happened. They
That's
did
my
remember
that
what
with
point
Mike
exactly.
war.
said.
They
That's my
Remember,
used they
point
did that when
exactly.
they used
remember,
us in war against each other, and they used Michael Jordan to get the niggas to buy all them sneakers, and they used the niggas in the north to
but
fight
see,
against the
this
south.
is where we're the problem is what we're equating as value. Michael Jordan was not valuable. We were valuable. They used him as the incentive, like the cheese for the rat in the maze. So we keep equating him to be valuable, which diminishes the rest of us. And that, by the way, is part of this process of the Negro turning into a commodity or a product. But Queen Mother, I have wanted to reverse engineer something, if you would bear with me for a moment. Circling back to what we had discussed earlier about the Oneida Nation and how we got into this predicament that we're in. I'm going to be leaning heavily on your legal expertise. So how do we reverse engineer those rulings as far as your understanding is concerned?
Well, The only way to reverse them is to bring it to federal court.
Yep.
So, what will be the basis of undoing the arguments that we read? Worcester v. Georgia, Cherokee Nation v. Georgia, as well as what was the one that was the 2005? I don't remember the title of it. Sleister, Seisler, whatever the
Oh
hell.
yeah. Well, one of the major things that has to be done, uh, if you're talking about reverse engineering, we got to bring lawsuits against the five civilized tribes. I'm sorry to say that,
Yes,
but there is identity theft here. There's a problem.
that's it.
These people that are running our former government are not descendants of our ancestors. So the lawsuit has to be brought against them. Perhaps the government is waiting to say, wow, it's about fucking time. We
Right.
don't
Yeah,
know
but
that
which
until we
party?
do it.
Well, which party would have to prove that they're not the descendant? The Negro or the imposters, the
Well,
$5
their
frauds,
tribal
and the
law,
hybrids?
their tribal law states that the nigga is the Indian. So, I mean, how much more accurate or truth do we need to prove when it's coming out their own tribal law that the Negro is the Indian um by
By
um
custom and by law. But
by
what is a
tribal law and
Negro though?
custom?
Okay, I got you on that. But see where I'm
The
going.
darker one,
I'm
Negro
not
means
playing the
black.
devil's advocate. I'm saying looking at the other side of the argument. Then what is the Negro? Is it by custom? Is it by law? Is it by bloodline?
The
What is the
Negro
Negro?
did not leave blood quantum. And guess what? They made it a law that the Negro you cannot use their blood quantum
But they
because
use
if they
blood
do,
quantum to reduce and diminish the Negro presence to put themselves in the position they're in.
because they said that they are the the descendant of
That
one
black
black
abuela stuff you
Negro.
were talking about with the Puerto Ricans earlier, that black great grandparent,
Yep,
etc. So
there you
that's the
go.
nigga in the woodpile. That's the one drop rule. So when they go
And
claim
but wait a minute,
one drop, go ahead.
let me go a step farther. I gotta say this because this is some true shit. When we say blood quantum, these whiteys did not take a blood test. Their blood test is paper, genealogy paper that says, ah, this is my ancestor. They didn't go take a blood test. It's,
Could you please tell that to the Pan Boo Boos?
yeah, they didn't take
Okay.
a blood
And
test
I'm still not, well, hold on. Not only that, could you get them ish people to spit in a cup and tell me which one of the 12 tribes they are?
Good luck with
don't get
that
me
one.
going. But yeah, they didn't take blood tests to prove. But what they said, because they didn't take blood tests, the white person that came out with the white features, they said, "Oh, this uh 18 50 Indian was my great grandmother." But when it came to the Negro, they weren't allowed to have blood quantum on the rolls because they don't want you to see that they had to have the Negro blood in them to claim the Indian. The Negro did not need blood quantum because they are the Indian, but the white person is Indian by blood or adoption. We are the blood that they needed to be called the Indian, and they don't want to tell you that, but it's right in your face. How the fuck you gonna be an Indian by tribal law and custom? That don't make no sense.
Now let's
Oh,
put the
but the white
plecker,
guy's the
let's put
Indian because he has some nigger blood, but he ain't gonna tell you. You already identified who the Indian was.
well, let's put the plecker test to this scenario you just described. After the classification of making colored and white specific to the American Indian, they then claimed the Pocahontas mythology. And what was that stated for them to get all of the House of Burgess? I'm talking about the entire elected government in the Virginia state legislature, the House of Burgess, claimed to be a descendant of Pocahontas. Is this where they get this narrative from, my black abuela?
Walter Plecker got it from the way that the tribes do it because he came way after in 1924. So yeah, he's copying some bullshit. Only Walter Plecker got a little frustrated with it and said, I don't give a damn if you got one drop of nigger blood in you, you're an Indian. This is what he's saying to the white people. He didn't care if they had more white features. You're still a nigger. And he convinced the other 50 states to follow his league, and they did. Because if they didn't, you wouldn't see Negro, colored, and Indian on people's birth
But they're
certificates.
going to tell the Negro by tribal custom and law that you're an African if you have one nigger drop of blood.
Right, because they want the land. Exactly.
Exactly.
But Pookie and Ray Ray ain't having it, and neither is Sister Betty. Because
Neither
if
is
they're
Straight Smoke.
calling you an African, then guess what? It ain't my damn burden of proof. It's their burden of proof. Prove to me I'm an African. And you better go find my Uncle Mumbutu on the ship and say, oh, we found your grandfather. They can't do it.
There it is. Get, Sister Betty, say that one more time for the hearing impaired and the short bus troops.
It's not our burden of proof. You're the one saying I'm an African. That's why I can't be a part of my family's original tribe because you said I'm a descendant of Africa. So if you're saying that, prove to me that you found my uncle Mumbutu Kuntu from Africa, and that motherfucker better look like me, and it better be him.
So that
It's not my burden.
Barbadian,
It's not my burden of proof.
Exactly.
so that Barbadian nigga and that Dominican Republican nigga in the House of Consciousness, they bringing shit from the island to the mainland. How?
I could be funny and
I
say a
mean,
floating
I
door.
feel like it'll be, yeah, but it's crazy.
No, sir, no,
That's
no. I'm not
like me going over to
dismissive.
the,
I'm saying if the
that's like
slave
me
narrative is.
going over to,
Oh, hold on, Instance. I want to hand you the baton this way. If buck breaking and the
okay.
process of making an African slave is from the Caribbean islands transporting to the mainland, first of all, two simple facts they seem to ignore: 85% of them didn't get past Brazil. And of the 15% that were left, I would say less than half, maybe 2/3, stayed on the island. So only 1 out of 3 at best. So y'all chop it up. You work with that how you want to work with that.
I'm saying that's like me going over there to Jamaica or Barbados or Dominican Republic and getting myself a job at somebody's college teaching the local people that they're African. And the local people come back to me and say, no, 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 we're not African. This is been our lands for many, many years. And that's like me calling them a lie and stupid because, Jabari, he doesn't just denounce what we're saying. He mocks people and belittles them as if they're unintelligent, right? What would I look like going to somebody's country doing that to those people? Those people will probably run me out of there. So I don't understand how we have all these people, whether we want to call them tethers, whether we want to call them anchor babies, or whatever we want to call these group of people. How are they able to just come and sit down in our house and tell us who we are? I just don't understand it. I just don't. I really don't.
That's very simple to pull up. Smoke signal, you go ahead.
Yeah, because once you've been convinced it's no longer your house, it doesn't matter who come in there and say what. You feel like it's not your house.
You got that right,
You just somebody. Yeah, you just somebody. Just
But hold on, Smoke. Are these islands separate nations? And if they are, how are they so? Or are they North America under their tribal nationhood? Do you understand what I'm getting at? This drawing on a map, this separating the islands based on what? Convert or die? Doctrine of discovery? What is the actual nation status of all these islands, including the 50 states of the mainland? What is the nation status when we're talking about tribal custom and law, Queen Mother?
Well, they're still owned by British. That's why they call them British West Indies. All these islands are owned by British. The United States don't own them. Now, they own Puerto Rico? No. It's a Caribbean island, but that's an island they don't know that they do not own. Puerto Rico
Now,
is part
under
of the
British
United States.
common law, which is an extension of the judgments we read earlier today, there is no law that says the land can be sold from sovereigns, from sovereigns. Maybe I'm missing something. If you want to circle back to the ruling, because they themselves acknowledge under Non-Intercourse Act.
Until they make you understand that you are what they want you to be. And when
I
they
know, but
deem you
we're
to be,
sorry.
you will give up your land
I
eventually.
mean, but that's what it seems like's happening because we're a group of people who are all saying that this is our house. So not everybody believes that we're foreigners like them, right? Some of us believe that this is our house. So how is it that these people are allowed to run amok and say that no, 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 you're a liar, your grandmama is a lie? Those were like fighting words. Somebody talking about your mama and stuff like that. How is it that these people are able to say that our history and what our ancestors told us is a lie and they're just allowed to just sit there in New York like nothing's wrong?
Yeah, but see, it's a lot of our people saying the same things. That's where they get the nerve from. It's a lot of our own people saying this. It's a lot of our people been convinced. It's a lot of our people been convinced, paid, or whatever you want to call it, that support that very idea.
And here's the funny part.
That's where the nerve is coming
Well,
from.
hold on though. Whether they're convinced or not, I think we're missing the magnitude of. And it's not a get out of jail free card, by the way. I think we're missing the magnitude of the doctrine of discovery and it being embedded into law. That's why I keep reverting to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's ruling in 2005. You understand what I'm saying, Queen Mother? We're not
Yes.
understanding the significance of utilizing the crime as stated from 1452 to 2005. All supposed jurisprudence of land theft is based on a document denounced by the Pope himself as criminal. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
See,
And we're
just
not
remember.
reverse engineering it on that concept. But go ahead, Smoke.
See, just remember. Jesse Jackson is a Cherokee. Judge Joe Brown is a Choctaw. Both of these niggas talking about they African American, brother. This is the type of issue that we facing today. It's not like being somewhere like let's say you in Iran. You can't go to Iran and tell the people that y'all not Iranian. You know what I'm saying? Because they all agree that they are indeed Iranian. But over here, you got these factions, right? You got these factions that will speak otherwise. So yeah, a lot of this shit is on our own people, bro.
Well, maybe this might help you a little bit, Smoke. Jesse Jackson and whoever else is saying that they're African American, they can say what the fuck they want outside the court, but get in front of the judge and prove to him that you are from Africa.
Now, Queen Mother, it's interesting you made that statement because how many election denying lawsuits were filed across the country? More than 60? And how many did they prove that the election was stolen? Not
Well,
a
they
one.
couldn't even get in front of. Well, they couldn't get in front of the judge. So to me, that will be our problem. Is would you even be able to get in front of that judge? Would your lawyer sabotage you just like we saw with the Tulsa, Oklahoma lawsuit? What would happen? Because when it came to that election thing, the problem was they couldn't even get in front of the judge to prove themselves. So how are we gonna do that?
We're not anybody running around here calling themselves African American. Our people, like I said, you can say all what you want, and outside the court. Okay, you can even write it on government papers that you're African American because they're the states and these employers are not asking you to prove that you're African American. You're selecting it, but when it ever comes time to go to a court in front of a justice or justices, You got to be able to prove that you are African, your ancestors are from Africa. And I would really like to see that. What proof and evidence are you going to bring that's admissible in court to prove that you're African and
But
from
my dear
Africa
Queen
based on
Mother,
the color of your skin? I want to see that. What proof
is
are you
that
going to
not the
use?
same for these Native Americans suing Dane? Is that not the same premise?
Yeah, it's the same premise. They got to prove that they're indigenous people to America. And I like to see that done. But see, here's the funky part. None of us running around here claiming to be African American can prove that we're African American. But guess what? We can prove that we are the aborigines to this landmass because we got the proof. That's the funny shit. Now, how is this not so ironic that we could prove that we are the American Indians, but we can't prove that we're Africans, our descendants from Africa? There is no blood quantum test that's admissible in no state court or federal court. But guess what? The federal documents that you have prove that you're
Queen Mother, please say
indigenous to
that
this
again
land.
for the short bus. That no 23andMe, no Ancestry.com can be admissible into court as prima facie evidence of what?
Law. That's funny how we're able to prove in federal court and state courts that we are American Indians, but we can't prove that we're descendants from Africa. We can't prove it. We have no proof. None. Isn't
But
that interesting?
people will take that and run with it. That's what's really interesting.
Yeah. It's ironic. I'm like,
Duh.
you got their own governmental document saying that you're everything, that you're American Indian, but you don't have proof that you're African American other than these fake ass entertaining blood tests that don't hold up nowhere. So this is why we have to educate our communities. We got to educate them
Queen
better.
Mother, Queen Mother, please, I'm sorry for
or
breaking your
or
wisdom.
the Africans
Would
saying they
you
chosen.
reiterate? Hold on, Instance. This is extremely crucial. Would you reiterate what government document and process proves that the Indian was turned into the Negro, that the Negro was made colored, and how did they get made black? With no African in that timeline. Please, could you explain that to me and the short bus people?
How the how we got turned over to be the Negro?
You said that there are government documents, there is evidence of the American Indian being turned into a Negro, the Negro being turned into colored, and colored becoming black. How?
Yeah, I heard of cases
I'm
of. I
lost
heard
with
of
you
cases.
there.
It's plenty of cases.
Case law.
Yeah, case law of
It's
Indians being
case law.
turned to Negroes and having to go to court to get their status corrected.
Correct. There's court cases. Some stuff I just
Could
gotta
it be?
Alibamo, and you know that.
Well, I'm not trying to tease you or to trigger niggas as I do, it seems, on occasion, but where is the Native American in this formula? I'm confused.
They was created. They're only native to the corporation, not the landmass.
Well,
They're native
could
to
it
the
be?
corporation, to the 50 states, the country of United States, not the landmass of American soil.
I have something. You know, when I'm listening to everyone, could it be that they used the civil rights generation to indoctrinate us that we were African? And now that that generation has is aging, they now have a second plan and or stage two of their plan, and that is people that are not really American to now come down and tell us who we are, and that would be your Jabaris or any, all these other different people, or the girl, the actress who says that her ancestors sold us. So now it's like we have clones who look like us and sound like us, who are coming down now to convince us that we're African. And I think
No,
that's almost.
sweetheart, because it's this. In the civil
Mhm.
rights, African was not mentioned. African American did not come into existence until 1988. I was just graduating from high school.
Yep.
That's when African came into existence. It was never in existence. That was
Until.
in 1988. They didn't talk about Africans in the civil rights movement. It was Negroes. And prior to that, it was coloreds. You was colored in the 50s and the 40s and the 30s. And when Martin Luther King was walking around, you was Negro. There was no mention of
He
African.
wasn't
That's
saying
why he would
African at
say,
all.
let's
Yeah.
sing the old Negro spiritual. He didn't
Yeah.
say, let's sing the old
Ladies,
African
ladies, this
spiritual.
is simply cut with this two pieces of legislation. The Indian Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, 1 week after the assassination of the
Martin
Magic
Luther King.
Negro.
Yep.
I can't wait to put that together for you, Sister Betty. Oh my God. God.
You go ahead. And that's a fact, babe. You was a little girl when, let me see. I think you might have been about 3 years old, maybe, if I'm right. Let me see. Or
I was
maybe
young.
about
It was in my
you was about
lifetime. Yeah.
right. You was about 10 or 11 years old when
Yeah.
Jesse Jackson came out. That's the first ever hearing African American. Prior to
Yeah.
that, on Jesse Jackson's birth certificate, you better believe it say Negro. It say Negro. Same thing with Martin Luther King. It says Negro. Now, it could have been colored for Martin Luther King. It could have said
Colored.
colored because he was born in 29 or something. So I believe
It was colored.
probably him and Malcolm X
It was
birth
colored.
certificates probably said color.
Yep.
Yeah, because my grandmother was born in 19.
So
Oh,
again, I'm
wait,
asking
and
Queen
she was
Mother,
colored. I
why
don't.
would there be an Indian Civil Rights Act in 1866 after the Civil War?
Mm.
Bye bye land.
And
Bye
why,
bye
after
land.
they killed the magic Negro who had a dream, 1 week later, 100 years later, is the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968? I'm, I'm sorry. I'm confused. Straighten that out for
Alabama.
me, please.
Alabama. I gotta use that. I have to use that. I need that. I gotta coin that term, Magic Negro. I need it. That's what I've been looking for. I couldn't figure out the man's name until you said that. Thank you so much.
Hey, Rude Word. Shout out to everybody in the chat watching. We just dialoguing, but we got to keep it real. That shit is crazy. All the white people that's in them tribes, none of them took blood tests. Their blood quantum is how many niggas they had on the tree. So if you had two niggas, you was 2/8.
Did you see that article I sent you, Queen Mother, about the young man who called himself the new chief of this particular tribe who was 5/8? And what is 5/8 anyway?
What is 1/64?
Yo,
That's one Negro out of 64 relatives on the tree.
Magic Negro. I needed that.
Yeah, the magic Negro.
Mm.
And they get that's their blood quantum, 1/8. It's not from taking no test. No test gonna tell you 1/8 Indian. But the paperwork do. You got one nigger on the tree out of 16. Oh, you're 1/16. There's one Negro out of 16 people. All the rest are white. You're 1/64th. What the fuck is that? That's you have one Negro on the tree, and there's 63 whites. So you are 164th. That's some crazy shit. Oh,
Now
but you're
the
the
magic
Negro.
Negro,
Oh,
the
you're just
magic
the damn
Negro
Indian. You're the
told you
Indian
that
by law.
to have a dream. But while he was having a dream, he said, "I come here with a check mark insufficient funds." What does that mean?
Huh?
Besides that, it's been bouncing for hundreds of
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
What
Get it?
does
Get
that
it?
mean? What
Get
does
it?
that mean?
Get it? You got it, Alibaba.
What do you mean when you all roll up on Mr. Charlie and say this motherfucker is insufficient? You expect something of remuneration, don't you? Of compensation, don't you? But it's funny how you going to the thief to compensate him from stealing your shit. Make that make sense, Straight Smoke.
If I can make it make sense, oh my God, man. This is just how do you trust a thief to bring you back your change?
Okay, but Alibaba, where was Malcolm X? Wait, hold up. Where was Malcolm Little born?
Omaha, Nebraska. Now I don't know. Is that Indian territory? I
You
don't know.
better
In
believe
1920,
it.
in 1925,
Yeah,
what would that be?
yeah.
Indian land.
Thank you.
That's why when he was in school, the little teacher told him, the little nigga, oh, well, you could build stuff and be a carpenter. He was a
One
little
little,
Indian
two little,
boy.
three
Three
little
little
Indian,
Indian.
4 little, 5 little, 6 little Indian, 7 little, 8 little, 9 little Indian, 10 little nigga Indian boys. Oh.
What do you do with the one little Indian? Put him in a rocket and shoot him to the moon. And what he's got a couple of songs for the
I know
Indians.
we're slightly making fun, but when push comes to shove, and the irony of ironies, like you said earlier about who can prove what can they prove, and it's all proven by the thieves sitting on stolen documents. But who can only prove it but the victim of the crime?
Yep.
His daddy was an Indian too, certified.
And everybody here on the crime scene is a criminal, an accomplice, or a lynch mob.
Boing, 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 boing.
So Straight Smoke, I'm still waiting, man. Who's got good moral character? Who
And
is
what
not an alien enemy to the American?
us, the ones that know the truth, the ones that stands with their family, the ones that will build and keep the family structure, the nucleus, the ones that still get out here and is in touch with the land, that understands how to provide. And I'm only speaking from me being married for 17 years. We have to start back at home, start with our families first.
You're right about that.
And how do you acknowledge, let alone revere or honor someone who disrespects your ancestors? What the fuck? Huh?
Well, I'm
You think I care
Alibama,
if they're actual your sibling, your kinfolk?
Alibama. For anyone that can just say, what's the phrase? Turn the other cheek. I don't turn no other cheeks for you to slap me again. You understand what I mean? You follow me? We don't do that around here.
All of that, and you are absolutely correct, my good young brother. Is that a Christian phrase you just used?
Like I said,
Now,
it's been
those
said.
Christian whatever phrases, motifs,
Yeah,
doctrines,
let's get it.
ideologies is from convert or die. That's the definition of duress, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And anything under duress is the definition of fraud, is it not?
It is.
And the fruits of the poison tree are poisonous, are they not?
Yes, they are.
And ill-gotten gains cannot be beneficial. Now, it may seem that way with these absquatulating crackers and these other hybrids, imposters, and these kinfolk that skin folk that ain't kinfolk, as you said, Isness, that running up here cloning on our ass. Everything and everyone is attaching to the American Negro. Why do we have a problem of understanding that fact? Not opinion, not political party, not religious belief. The evidence, should it not be at this point overwhelming, prima facie evidence that the whole world is trying to what, straight smoke? Get the nigger. And I yield.
Well, I can say this, and to go off of what you were saying, and still it still reverts back to, and I said this to Sister Bethy once before. We still, in all of these times, had strong-minded men and women that kept the family structure. Now, how that got diluted, time shows. I believe through manipulation and through lineage, people just, I don't know. I'm not about to speculate. All I'm going to do is talk about what I know and what I've learned through Sister Bethy and understanding my own knowledge here in my own household. The infiltration of the family nucleus was the whole greatest thing that anyone could have done.
It's
That
the greatest
destroyed you
downfall.
thinking for
Yes.
yourself and for the benefit of your family, the betterment of your community, and overallly, anyone you come in contact with. See, they prey on people to continuously talk negative to each other. See, I'm one of those people that took a plant and put it in 2 cups and talk negative to one and talk positive to the other. Have you ever seen that, Ali Bamu?
I'm sure he's seen it, and they also did
Yeah,
that with water. Yeah.
that's called creating an environment.
So look at
No,
the
well,
environment that's been
hold on.
created.
Before you go further, would
Yes,
you
sir.
like to share with him, Isness, the Yaki Awaken video I sent you and about the rat test? You're probably familiar with that, Straight Smoke. You want to share that with him, Isness?
And he said that there was somebody named Tyrone who did an experiment, and he separated two groups of rats who were all related, had the same gene pool. And he the one the group A of rats, those particular rats were treated really nicely, had fresh water, had a lot of space, had light and everything. So that was group A. Group B of the same group of rats were all smashed up where they didn't have any space. Um, what did he say? They didn't have any space. They didn't have really any real food. I don't. I just know that they were really deprived of everything. And what it showed is the ones who had the space and had fresh food and everything. Those particular rats were they thrived. They were intelligent. They were able to make things work. The ones who were all squished up and was deprived of almost everything, he said they became homosexual. The parents wouldn't take care of their children. He said the mother would worry more about grooming her fur than she would about taking care of her children. And they said that eventually the men became really overly aggressive and would like eat each other and stuff like that. And he says that he reversed the rats and the same thing happened. He was able to duplicate it just by reversing the boxes. So that's the Tyrone experiment.
Okay. Well, I physically did this here right outside in my garden, and it's pretty much the same thing, but it's different when you're using an actual animal. I would never use an animal, but I understand what you're saying. Yes, in comparison, it's generally the same thing. But dealing with a plant that bears fruit for you to actually consume, it means a world of difference. If you don't have a realness with what you're doing, not in a sense, not in no spiritual or anything like that, like you have to love what you're doing so it's not work. That makes sense?
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
So if you have a genuine love for what you're doing, you will have more respect for it. As the brother Ali Bamu said, we have to look at people's moralities, their construct about themselves. That's why you see they want a lot of people depressed, alone, and afraid. So what you do is you have to give people back not only their knowledge, not only their history, but you initially what you're doing by doing that, you're giving them back to themselves for
Okay.
them to
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to this Tyrone box. You have the one box of the group of rats who were totally deprived and basically would just turn on each other, and the mother wouldn't take care of her child. The dudes left the family. How do you get, and I'm not calling people rats, but how do you get that group of people to clean it up, to fix? How do you how do you heal that person, those people?
Okay. To give a greater reference to what you were saying, because how I just sounded was probably something else. But the same way you're applying what you're saying is the same way they did the family. So how to heal that person is just like what we do all the time, like real men and women, is you give that kindness. It's just genuinely in you. It's just being cool. It's just genuinely in you. I don't know how to explain that. You know, you have to give people the room to understand, because you can talk, but what people can comprehend is another thing. So you have to say it in a generalization that gives these people comfort of comprehension. You follow me?
Yeah.
But that analogy, it stands the test of time. Any studies that you have seen was deep rooted in the family. The first test subjects wasn't monkeys and all that, it was humans. And that meant conquering, taking land, the whole shebang. I yield.
Damn, did nobody want to speak on it?
That was pretty deep.
Huh? Nigga just had to shake their head a moment of silence for
Right.
the conquest. A moment of silence for the conquest. Hey man, I don't think niggas was ever conquered by nobody but our goddamn selves.
Right.
That's what I stand on.
And I believe in that too. And that's why when I was earlier, I was advocating for not leaving these systems because we created a lot of these systems. So when we're telling each other to leave it, I think that's unfair because we know that what did we do? We created the refrigerator, we created all this computer stuff, so all this technology we created, we looking at these basketball games. We've created almost everything, and it's not fair to just walk away from that and what from our ancestors did. So we need to look at it from a different point of view and you know
No, this is
maybe it's
exactly
it's
this is exactly what I said earlier. I said this our shit with their face on it.
yeah.
It's just their face. It's just their face on it, bro. It's like we can repaint the motherfucking faces and put our own faces back on it. Knock down Rushmo, put Ray Ray, Tyrone, Keisha,
And Pookie.
Monique up in that motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? This is
You know, we may be inaccurate in our analogies, but the implementation remains the same. When these people do these experiments, and it was the rat maze situation, straight
Mhm.
smoke that she was describing, they are using us as a standard against our own will.
Thank you,
And
Alabama. That's the
then,
part that I missed is the maze. They couldn't get the rats that were deprived cannot get through the maze for the life of them. Where the rats that had the better environment got through the maze pretty easily. Thank you.
and he
Thank you for
easily proved that just putting them in reverse environments got the same outcome.
Yep.
So it has no bearing on your genetic makeup. The problem is them convincing the Negro of inherent genetic deficiency. Now they're trying to compound it by convincing the Negro, after convincing he's an African slave, you're a monkey person.
Alibama, if
Okay?
I could real quick. Alibama, if I could real quick. Ness,
Yeah, you
did
got it, bro.
Ness, did you say that those rats were separated from the family structure? Like this all came from one mother, and they took rats from one mother and
Yeah,
split them off
they were
in half and half and seen who would do what? Is that
yes.
that's what you were saying?
They were all genetically related. I don't know if it came from one mother, but they
Right.
were
See,
all related. Yeah.
see, that's what I'm saying. That's the
But
family
remember,
structure.
though, straight smoke, what he's doing, because you understand in a scientific model, he's taking variables out of the equation. So in other words, you can't say it's because it's a white rat, a black rat, or it's a genetically type design things like when you breed dogs, etc. He used the standard rat, if you will. Okay. But the predicament for the Negro is there is no standard. It is being imposed on the Negro. One aspect is convert or die, the doctrine of
Yep.
discovery. The other aspect is psychological warfare. Nigga, you kunta. Now that
Yep.
you've convinced yourself you're kunta, I'm gonna beat your ass into Toby. What's the beating that's taking place? The
You know
ghetto,
what?
the
I see.
reservations, the population that's mashed together, as you describe, Isthmus, the drug dealing, the fornicating, the pimps and hoes. Oh, I'm sorry. What happens when a pimp, a hoe, and a drug dealer walk in a bar?
Walk into a room.
Clone
Yeah.
Tyrone.
But I
So
also
this
see.
No, but let me land my plane on this because
Okay.
again, these are conditions I'm describing that are external. Does it have any bearing on the genetic makeup, the biological history, or the bloodline of the Negro? The only thing that's necessary is to be a Negro. And I yield.
Well,
Facts.
okay. I also see where Straight Smoke is saying. He's saying that was a family. Those rats were family. And the one group of related rats that had a really good environment thrived. And the other group of related rats that had a terrible that were just deprived of everything had a terrible outlook and they cannot figure it out. They cannot get it together for the life of them, right? So I get what he's saying also. And that brings it back to what he was saying is that they were related and it goes back to your family.
Know what I'm saying so that I can tie it in
No,
a
I
bow,
understand.
listeners.
Okay.
I'm saying all of these anthropological, scientific, and psychological studies is from what has been done to the Negro.
Yes.
They are refining and redesigning it by using rats, rabbits, and whatever other formulas to prove what they did by creating the Negro. And I yield.
Thank you so much, Ness. I'm glad that you caught on to what I was saying.
I'm
It was a
sorry to cut in on y'all. And I don't mean to, but I'm getting ready to redirect all of y'all to App Powers channel because I've been on for 5 hours and my body got to get rest. I've been up since 4:30 at work, and I'm gonna transfer y'all over to Ab channel. I think he gonna pick it up. All right, so stay, y'all in the audience, stay right there. I'm sending you over.
all right.
if you
All
don't
right,
But
get
thank
you
you,
mind.
some.
Sister Bethy.
But everybody else on the panel, y'all gonna have to go to his channel unless you're in the chat room. You're gonna go directly there. Let me remember how to do this. Go to YouTube Studio. Oh God, let me
Thank you,
see.
Sister Bethy. I appreciate you as always.
Love y'all, man.
And like,
Content.
and I feel the same
Oh
way.
my
Thank
God.
you. Have a
Go to
good night.
live. Good night, y'all. Oh God.
Get you some herbal teas. Get you some herbal teas, Sister Betty. I'm out this bitch. Salute.
Hey, Alibama and stream out.